from day one. You'll have remembered when we met Kalesia and your sister. It was your baby sister, just her on the right there, just right there. She was separated. They were separated from her. And you guys all stepped up and donated money to Kalisia's mom in order for mom to go and find her daughter, because, you know, she hadn't heard from her for 5 days. And they were separated, and mom went and, you know, got her from Trelawney. She was staying with her grandmother. They survived the hurricane, and look at all three of them now. How beautiful is that? That is what you call resilience, right? Resilience. And look at those smiles. Can I talk to mom just for one moment?
Okay.
Appreciate you, Kalisia. Thank you. We'll have you. You know what? We're going to have you back as a resident guest. You're the best guest ever. We're just going to keep bringing you back.
Hey, Nico.
So, listen, I was reading out that report, and I don't know if you heard when I was talking about the fact that the Red Cross have said that there are a lot of kids nowadays in Jamaica who are scared of the dark. They're scared when it rains. They get anxiety when they hear the wind blowing. And that the health minister is also saying that he's expecting an increase in the number of children and just adults as well seeking mental health support.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what your take is on what you're seeing from your daughters. Are you seeing any concerning signs, or are you guys all talking and supporting each other the best you can?
I am trying to be one of the best mother ever. So in case there's a bad energy, or there's a bad atmosphere, or there's something that probably affect them, I try to distract them from it. I think it's best if it affects me and not them. So I try to create some form of distraction, just so they don't get affected 100% at least, or 80% at least. So in this case, I like to talk to them. I like to ask them how they feel. And in case they feel a certain type of way, I try to encourage them. I try to motivate them. I try to lift them up. I try to make them happy even when I'm down. This is the kind of mother that I am. So this is just me overall. I try to let the less affect my kids. It makes me feel better, even though it has impact on me. Yeah.
I saw the reaction from the chat, and a lot of people sort of, you know, felt it deep when your daughter was saying that the thing that makes her worried sometimes is not having food to eat.
Yeah, that it does happen, you know, because things are kind of slow with me. I'm a hairstylist. I'm always pushing out. I may not make the amount of money that I need to make sometimes, because for most days since I go out, since this time when I go out, there are days where I just go to work and just sit and get no clients. And this is how it is. There are times where like my second daughter's birthday tomorrow, I was hoping that something would have happened for me today, so I could at least make something happen for her tomorrow. But unfortunately, it's just one of those days, you know. And I'm still grateful, and my children are appreciative of even when I don't have it to give them. These are the kind of kids that I try to grow to appreciate none or little, you know, because they know what it feels like not to have anything. So when they do have it, they're grateful. Yeah. Thank you for all the birthday wishes.
Can we sing happy birthday to her? Let's get a birthday song on. We're not here tomorrow, so let's just get a birthday song on. We're going to sing happy birthday to her. What are you thinking? Are you thinking Stevie Wonder, or what's that famous birthday song? Who is it?
I don't even know.
Happy birthday, I'm a friend.
Oh, yeah, that was popular.
Who sings that? Who is it? I totally forgot. Who sings happy birthday, my friend?
I think it's Busy Signal. Busy Signal, sing that one.
Okay. So it is Busy Signal. So we're going to sing a happy birthday, and then we're going to talk a little bit more about mental health, but we've heard it from a young person's perspective.
Tomorrow I'm going to be 8, and that my name is Tanisha Douglas.
Tanisha. Okay, here we go. Ready, Tanisha? This is for you, okay? Here we go. Talk. wishing you happy birthday. So you're so famous now.
Say
You're
thank
gonna have to
you.
tell your friends in school on Monday, yeah? Tell them how famous.
Thank you.
We'll probably get you guys back on again whenever it's your birthday or whatever. If you guys want to come on and talk about how you're feeling, we'll definitely try and bring you back over and just sort of talk a little bit more and just hear your experiences, and so you guys can share your experiences as survivors, young survivors of Hurricane Melissa, and the toll that it's had on you, and just the reality of trying to recover from that. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Have a good weekend. You guys have been amazing. Come on, let's give them a round of applause. Amazing. Look at them. We'll let them go. Thank you, Mom. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks everyone for the birthday wishes.
Amazing. Amazing. On the people. This was always about the people, and we're bringing it back to the people. So that report talking about mental health and children, heartbreaking as it is. Just imagine, right? Most of us can go to bed and we can turn the lights off, turn the TV off, and go to sleep, close our eyes and go to sleep. There are children right now in Jamaica, in Haiti, in Bahamas, and elsewhere who are struggling to go to sleep with the lights off. They're also struggling with hearing the rain and heavy wind. They have high sensitivity to those sort of things. They're becoming quiet, withdrawn, difficult in school. So I thought it was important today that we give them a voice. And we heard from Calicia there talking about her experiences and the difficulties of growing up in a country like Jamaica, where, for example, she talked about not having food. And that's one of the things that, that concerns her and worries her. Dab Queen, welcome along. Thank you. I wonder if I can get your take, actually, and just sort of get you to contextualize. 'Cause I know you were in Jamaica, you were down there, how you feel having sort of seen the hurricane. And for a lot of people who know your content, they will know just how blunt and sort of raw you are in your perspective of just life after Hurricane Melissa and the difficulties.
Good evening, everybody. Greetings, Noel. Thank you for allowing me to be back here to share with the beautiful people. I hope that everybody is having a good evening. May I be honest with you? I used to work in the mental health world. So working in the mental health world, you see a lot of things. I used to work with patients as young as, 7 years old was my youngest patient, to people as old as, in their 90s, from varying degrees of, dealing with mental health. And those people are results of many different things that can occur to you in life, but going through trauma is definitely one of them. And after you've been around these people for a while, you quickly learn a lot about life. And I'm glad somebody did go through that training and that experience working in that field. But at the same time, nothing can ever prepare you for see something or a place or your people where you love so much in a way that you have never seen them before. For somebody that is trained to deal with the most extreme cases of mental disorder, I'm not gonna lie to you. I couldn't bawl while I was there. It was very hard. Cause I say I can't there, so I ball in front of my people, and them already I feel sufferation. I want them to at least see a positive face when we come round for help them. There's a reason why I never, if anybody will follow me, them notice I never really post no videos showing the people or post no videos of me actually doing the charity work that I do, because I have a certain pet peeve about myself where I like to respect people's dignity, and I not like to show people in a certain light that I would not like to be shown in. Is what I say? So, and plus, I not need everybody to know what me I do. You see what I say? I like to just help my people them quietly and make them go on, see my face when I come to them. I don't want other people to study me and, tell me, say, oh yeah, congratulations for doing this work. Me no need no hype for that. Me no need no likes for that. Me just did want to help my people. You see me? I say, I'm still continue to do it quietly because me not like them. Me not like the attention. Yeah? As much as me dep on social media, me not really like the attention. Really and truly. But in saying that, me couldn't ball in front of my people. But you see, when me did come back to the States recently, yo, me ball in front of my best friend, dog. Breakdown. Just couldn't hold it no more.
What was it, do you think, that made you emotional?
Me remember me did I understand like how hurricane work, I understand devastation, I understand how to do risk management, I understand how to do these things, what you're supposed to do in crisis management. Me, I'm trained to do these things. So while me I do my work, I kind of like shut off my emotions a little bit, although me still I feel them. I just not display it in front of people when me I do my work, especially when me I help people. So part of my training. You see what I say? But the one thing where I don't really say make me feel sad or anything where make me bawl later on was me tell my best friend there was a place where me did go to where me I passed through Senti and me did there in a Newton, one of the smaller town them in a Senti, and me way to a compound. And in a Newton we are passed on the main road, like so we are go through from Lacovia and everything like that in mountainside in that area over there. So. And I remember I said we did see some family and people on the roadside with sign. Basically I asked people to stop food and water and everything. So, you know, me and the group of people when I come we pull over. We did have we carry down individually and stuff when we buy water we buy and thing while we did in the wholesale and thing. Right? So me remember one thing that later on me did kind of make me ball once me did reach back here. Was remember one youth. Him just as soon as me come out of the van and I come round and we start give out the stuff them, the water and everything. When you them just come straight up to me and him just hug me. Him did have the biggest smile on his face. He just hug me. Like as if he didn't know me for a long time. And he stick on to me, he never let me go. And just hold on to me. It remind me of my nephew. When me see him about the age. And just in face. And I like saying it's sad or anything, you know. Just the love. Just the love we ain't sure. Just remind me a lot about just my one family. And one thing when I notice about children are gonna just get up and hug anybody. Children are no idiots. Them only hug people where them feel safe and secure among. So for him to even feel safe and secure for just come up. So somebody when don't know him never see me before. And I like say may have camera put in them face for social media and them something there. My phone did there in the car. So, and I like say, no pictures, that's why I only do second pictures now. And probably when I now see no pictures and video, although I have video of like the environment or the environment still, but you know, I go see no videos or pictures of people standing in front of them house, mashed down and thing. I just not in that. You see what I say? I respect my people them. And if I me no want nobody to come shoot no camera in my face. Yeah, certain people I do it for bring out awareness to what is going on. I understand that those people are doing it in a respectful way, but just me personally, it not sit right with me. I'm a conscience. So me not really do it. But other one thing there and so many other things when we just see in our people's eyes. Yeah, me as a medical health professional, as somebody with deal with mental health, me can see the slightest signs of people dealing with mental issues. So me see signs them before other people. So just being in the environment and seeing the people, yeah. Yeah, we are going to recover physically, emotionally, and mentally. It's going to take a little bit longer. I don't like to say it's impossible. It will happen because Jamaicans have a funny way of dealing with traumatic things. Are probably the most healthiest way me ever see people deal with traumatic things is for laugh. That means say nothing. Take what you say or take what you're going through as nothing serious. Yeah, it's very serious. But laughing about it and finding some form of positivity in it, it helps a lot.
So let me ask you then, and I think a lot of people listening will understand that, you know, the houses can be rebuilt, the roads can be cleared up, you know, the scratches and the physical wounds will heal. But as you're hearing, the emotional side of this lingers for a while, long after the crisis, long after the hurricane goes, right? So I'm just wondering, do you think that the system currently in place, knowing what you know of Jamaica, will be able to ensure people don't fall through the gaps and that people will get the support that they need, including children?
I have always been a person that advocates for, you know, the best for people, especially our people. But I am not an idiot, and I am not going to tell my people to foolishly put them faith in a system that has not been even prepared for the storm in any way, shape, and possible. I would never tell them to do that, especially when they are at a such fragile state right now. What I will do is tell them to put trust in themselves, in them family, in them friends and neighbors that have been there for them and that continue to help them, the people that actually show up for them. That is who you have trust in. If you can't trust yourself, you can't trust nobody else. And if you don't find a way, then you know, so there will not be a way. We never tell people to put themselves trust in this system, because you have to understand the government is going to approach even in a crisis from a monetary way. Even now, them sit down in a parliament argue about money and argue about aid where them get from a long time, because them don't have the logistics to even know what to do. Them don't have logistics management. Them don't even have crisis management team. So if you don't even have these medical professionals that are ready, you guys don't even address the mental situations that happen on a daily basis in a Jamaica. How the fuck you go come, excuse my language, but how the hell you go come do it in a crisis management where it's even more, it's even a turn up 1,000% now? You can't manage it on a daily basis. So how you come and manage it on 1,000 times more when the situation is at the most extreme level of management of mental health. I can't put no faith in you when it comes to that, and I would be foolish to lead my people into or to tell them to trust in that hypocritically. What I will tell you as somebody medical professional that has dealt with situations like this, one, what you put in your body is what your body will be. So if you don't eat healthy, you will not be healthy, and it definitely applies to your mind. Your mind is an organ. You must feed your mind and your body as well as your soul, okay? Your body, your mind is also a whole entire mental field and has a whole entire magnetic field around it. as well as your soul as a whole magnetic field around it, and your heart. People need to understand that translate to energy, that translate to vibes, that translate to what environment you put yourself in, and the environment also includes the people that you surround yourself with, the animals, down to the just how the place look, just keeping yourself clean, doing the daily things that Mr. Jamaican people doing to come back to themselves, getting up every day, bathing yourself, brushing your teeth, putting on your clothes, washing your clothes, spending time with your family, laughing, telling jokes, enjoying the good moments with each other, as well as taking the time to educate yourselves on how you can rebuild back your house so you can make sure you're better prepared for situations like this. These are the things that can help you build back your mental health. It's not distancing yourself from reality. It's actually putting yourself into a better reality of where you want to live. That is the fact that they don't teach people when it comes to dealing with mental health. It's not for you to run away from your problems. It's for you to understand them. They are there to help you find the answer. When you know where you don't want, you know where you want. Simply. You see what I say? And from once you know where you don't want, you go figure out where you want. You see what I say? And from once you figure out where you want, nothing now go stop you from get where you want. You see me? From once you go with it from a pure heart. I say you have to approach mental stability. If you really want to have mental stability is not something you just get up every day and just magically it happen. It's something you work towards every day by reading books, eating healthy, exercise, doing activities that bring a joy to your life outside of monetary gains. There's simple. Me did have to sit down with myself the other day. I said, girl, you're just a work. But you need to have fun. Go out. You like to paint. You like to go watch movies. I just take myself out on dates on a regular now, bro. Just the smallest things. Just to make me feel good, because it helps. It helps with the mental. So for Jamaican people, where we have to go do to deal with mental illness right now, not even illness, but for gain mental stability, is by just simply being our natural selves as Jamaican people. Jamaican people have vibes. Anywhere we go, we bring the vibes. We need to just go back to loving each other and loving one another. Look at where you see on the videos when you see people still come together and them love each other despite all of the shit we are going around them. Them just have to continue to do that and continue to motivate each other and continue to support each other. And those of us that have a responsibility on social media need to promote more positive things for them to see. So when them go up on social media, them understand that, one, not only that things are getting better, but people are actively helping you to make things get better, and know that life is not the end. This is not the end. This is the beginning of something better. Is what I say? And we have a responsibility to each other to love one another.
You know, as you were talking, I just saw an email, DM come in from somebody calling themselves Denicia. I'll just read it. And Denicia, if you're here and you want to come up, please feel free. We'll give you the floor to talk. So she says, my cousin my cousin unalived himself recently. He had to bury his mom after the hurricane and was struggling to cope. No one understands, but everyone just wants to focus on politics.
Thank you. Thank you. You get it, darling. You get it. Everybody the wrong set of people want to focus on politics and religion. But when you take away politics and religion, what does that really add to your life? I ask that question all the time. The youth losing mama and clap for himself because he couldn't manage it because of pain like that after you go through something so traumatic. Most people don't have the strength to deal with it. And it's not like say them weak, or them weak-minded people. It's just sometimes certain things push you too far, bro. And some people can't come back from that. And those people are not weak for taking that option. People don't understand. Suicide. People don't understand what people go through when you're thinking about suicide. When you lose somebody to suicide, you will understand why them do them reasoning. It's not selfish. It's probably one of the most selfless things me ever see people do. We do it because not because them hate themselves or anything, but them there's a level when you do. Nobody has reached a level of not wanting to live until you are actually in those shoes. Then you will understand what it means to choose between living and dying. And when you see that death is far more better option than for you to live, you will understand why people make those decisions. So nobody in this earth for judge anybody if them clap with themselves. You need to understand why they did it and what led to them making that decision. Because that decision don't come easy. Let me tell you, anybody will reach at that decision there, know say that person they try. Them probably try harder than any fucking person in the world at that point in time to live. Cause let me tell you, you don't just get up one day and say you want to clap at yourself. It takes steps and it takes a while to get here. So for that youth, for reach down in that place, yo, I'm sorry say him reach down in that place the dog. Cause anyhow me did they run him would I hug him and tell him say, don't you do it. Me would I hug him. Cause him probably just needed somebody to hug him long enough to make him know say yo, we got you. We got you. But you don't have to understand, please. You don't have to be more empathetic and understanding to people when them go through things. Cause you don't know. That's why I say the politics and the religion that people make divide, you need to stop. The religion and the politics, you need to put it down and stop. Because it make people do crazy things where them don't need to do. It divide families. It turn brothers and sisters against each other. It make parents hate them own a picking for stupid reasons where a racist white man make up. Because him hate you. Because you did love your brother and sister. Because him couldn't love him brother and sister. So him gonna teach you to hate yours. Don't do it. Don't be a fool. Love yourself. Alright, and you will be alright, people. This is what I say. Don't make religion and politics fool you. You don't need religion and politics. Religion and politics take you away from yourself. And the moment you separate from yourself, you separate from God. Remember that.
If you're listening to this right now and you're struggling, please hear this. No, you're not alone. You're not a burden. And your story's not finished. We're going to open the floor just for the next 10 minutes. If you want to come up and just let us know how you're feeling. 31 days on from Hurricane Melissa. I know people on the ground will share the sentiments for a lot of people who are thousands of miles away and had to endure the process of not being able to connect with their family, not hearing from their family after the hurricanes, but, days where, when there was no power in neighborhoods, people were searching for their loved ones, people were feeling emotional, people not knowing where to turn to. You're thinking the worst, but you want to hold on. You're keeping the faith at the same time. So we'll just open the floor just for the next 10 minutes. And we'll just sort of talk and just get a sense of how people are feeling. Yes, Fari.
Yeah, greetings. Yeah, man, just yeah, you know, for real. But you know, I'm really concerned about my people in Jamaica, you know, as to what they're going through there, you know. Yeah, you know what I mean? So St. Elizabeth mash up bad, you know what I mean? But my people them is on the Trelawney side, which they're going through a lot right now too, you know. Place flooded and yes, it's devastated. Really and truly, you know what I mean? I say?
Good
Yes.
night, guys. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, blessed. Yeah, man. So really, I listened to the young miss a while ago, you know. Yeah, so that really sister. For real.
Parsley, how are you feeling right now? Parsley. I'll come to you, Mama San. I know obviously, you know, people know you and know you for your work in terms of, you know, you're a supporter of the PNP. I mean, 31
I'm
days
not a
on, we know
supporter
men.
of PNP. Me is a supporter of the people of Jamaica. Me not cry out for PNP. I'm crying out for our Jamaican people. I mean, no city that I reached to this. I was listening my sister and I hear her cry. I hear her speak. Compassion just like me. I just because me do it loud. But you didn't even know how I feel. And for years, the young man bury his mother and end up committing suicide. And there's a lot of this going to continue. It's just the beginning. People now can manage this. And for know so the government have $150 million US and lend it out to a company and what people them down there suffer. It's gonna be worse. Several more people are gonna do all of what that young man do. Because everybody have the guts to know say yeah, you never used to for hungry, you never used to homeless, you never used to for sleep at door. And it draw you to this point where you have to end up analyze yourself because you say where you gonna do there's no help, there's no one is there to fill the gap where you're looking at this time, you know, where everybody are come together for unite the people them and a separation. This government have put a big separation from the country and Jamaica. The world love Jamaica and Jamaica no love themselves and them loved ones. It now go better. It will get worse. It will get worse. It's a revolution. It will raise to in a Jamaica at this moment. I feel it for that young man, as my sister said. We are sorry we couldn't reach him, for even for hug him and tell him, say, no, give him no lose hope, no lose faith, and try to reach, help him somewhere, somehow. But it's late. It's too late. I mean, my
Yeah, a
mother
lot of the
never very
people.
good. I bet your mother not even very good. She very probably train a raw hole or something.
Right
You
now, a
understand?
lot of the people need
Third
mentally
man, third,
solution. They're going
third.
through a mental breakdown right now. A lot of them.
Third Noel, me tell you Noel, actually you don't know man. Third. But we must do the people them sit down too long. They sit down too long till it reach to this point. We elect them and we put those people work for we, the people of Jamaica. And the whole of we pay tax, the whole of we pay tax. So why our people them for suffer when the next man again and them and them family happy? No man, we need to stand out, we have to stand up for something more than fall for nothing. That young man who commit suicide just because he mother unalive in this time and him can't manage to move no same bury him mother like a drunk crow. It's not good, man. It's wicked.
Let me come to you now, Pinna. Pinna, how are you feeling? I'm not sure if you have any personal experiences or.
Well, at the moment, I'm really feeling terrible about what happened. But I have family member in St. Elizabeth that get really serious damage as well. But the most important thing for me at the moment is that they're all alive and well. My mom is in the country, so she's fine. The only problem she have at the moment, no electric, and a lot of people around her is getting electricity back, but they're in the country, so they don't have no internet service, nothing, no charging for phone or anything. But the situation in Jamaica at the moment is really terrible, is really bad, and a lot of people trying to help, which is really good. but then the government need to really do more. They're not really doing as much as they're supposed to be doing at the moment, and they're moving really slowly. To me, they're really moving slowly at the moment. So it's really terrible.
We know why them are move slow.
Dab Queen, do you want to continue? And then I'll just come to you, Anne, straight afterwards. Or Anne, I'll come. Yeah, go on, Dab Queen, and then
They say, yeah, we know why them are move slowly. Look how much money they get. Look how much money they get.
Yes.
We know why them move slow. This is why every time you see the opposition ask them legitimate questions about what is going on with the money and the resource, and not just the opposition ask them, You have regular everyday Jamaicans, you even have the foreigners them will come here, you even have every Jamaican artist where did I help, everybody that is helping, literally me and small organizations like me and groups of people like me that just come together, Jamaicans that come together, all of we are asked the same question. What happened to the money? Why you get so much aid and all? No, people were flying just the other day able to come up with the logistics of how to help us and how much goods and what resources. How come these people with right now me just see one of my favorite African YouTubers we name Mr. Ghana baby Maya something. We forget him. But I want famous African YouTuber. Him love Jamaica like crazy. He come from Ghana, right? And he travel all over Africa and I show Africa in a good light and everything. So Maya literally just come down a couple days ago and the man go a wholesale and go buy whole crate load worth of resources and pack up all of them in a bags for everything like people would need donation bags and him go out there so with him organization. Yeah, what am I? Yeah, that my youth. And him go out there so and pass out the goods. You know things say him pre-wagwan? You know think say everybody, you notice say everybody will come down and say if we come help Jamaica them now go through the government?
Yeah, because them see what's going
on.
You
notice that.
On
a pre that, right? You notice say all our famous people, every artist, them have how much millions of dollars, and instead of them for donate to the government, what they do, then carry down the resources them by themselves and go give it directly to the people. Every Jamaican where you see will live abroad, everybody come down and a pop barrel. Up to today, people still a pop barrel and I get ready to come down. And these are regular Jamaicans, regular people that love Jamaica and a pop barrel and them a come down still to this day to carry down things for people. Me follow these people because I keep up to these things because I will be going home again to do what I need to do because I know say Jamaica needs certain things right now for build back. Me have to go help the farmers them plant back the herbs and the plants them and the fruit trees them where we really need for plant back in order for feed back the people them. So me have to go create certain kind of forest, food forest in a certain areas in order to get back the population, to get a stability with food because I understand say food is where people are gonna need in order to feed themselves and people now go want to take aid and handout and baggage and have people that feed them every single day. Jamaican people not answer when I like to be beggy people. I'm a know my people them. You see what I say? Me just a be straight up people. I understand. We may be appreciative of everything what people doing right now. We're very grateful feet, but at the same time, we are people of pride. And we not like beggy. We rather get up and go do what we have to do for work. You see, when I come on here last time and tell you the three main things that Jamaican people did say to me when we did I help them say we need three things. Help to buy back the material them so we can build back our house ourselves. Help to farm up them food, to plant back the thing and help to build back the material so them can start back them business. Those are the three things that the people them and water, clean water for drink, back water. Because them say them not trust the water from the spring them right now until the spring them clear out, which makes sense because the rivers them and the spring them have to clear out. There's a period of time when the water have to clear out and the water will do it naturally, and the people of the area know that. So if this are where the people them might tell me when me I pass through the little towns them where everybody are pass, and this is where they might tell me that them need, then you can clearly say we can't give aid all the while. So for the government fear pull them and I pull them foot and I drag them foot like say them foot broke. So that for sure you from day one that them no business.
The civilians of Jamaica is doing more than the government then.
And that is how it should be, brother, because we need to stop depending on the government for everything. For decades, the government has shown we say them doing business both way. Why we can't get the picture? Dirty Melissa have to come show we say the government doing business both way. We
Yeah,
need to
but
be more loyal to each other and look out for one another and show
Melissa wash
partner like how
away
we
most of the
used to do.
resources. You know, Melissa wash away most of the resources. So you
You
have
know
only
why me respect the Haitians them so much? As much as people cuss the Haitians, you know why me respect the Haitians them so much? Because the Haitians them are not afraid to fight for them country. They are not afraid to get rid of a government that will destroy them. They are not afraid to stand up for what is right, to build back their country in order so that them picking can live in a safe environment. They are not afraid to do the physical work of what them need to do.
real.
Yeah. Let me come up now to you, Anne, and then Whisper will come to you afterwards. Anne, it's your personal experience.
Good evening, Noel. Good evening, Noel.
Pull your eyes again, people, and Jamaica is going to experience it. Jamaica is at the point, we are at a tipping point where Jamaica is going to experience that same revolution, and it is happening right now. And the way it's going to happen is because we're going to have to get up and start do things for one another and for each other. And right now, that's exactly what is happening because we are forced to do it. We have no choice. It's either you do it or you go dead at this point. So right now, the only stability when we can tell Jamaican people to do is to look out for you and your brother and your sister and your family members them. And the Jamaicans where come home and help you, you better stick to them and make sure you develop good relationship with them because them are your brother and sister as well. You see what I say? We have to get back to that type of relationship and stop depending on the government and stop going like say, we don't see say them are spitting our face and I tell we say our water. People, make we stop going like say we are idiot. Them are spitting our face and tell we say our water and we are going like say them are gonna do better. You can't expect, Bob Marley said it's the best, you know. You can't expect justice when the criminal are make the laws. You don't understand what I mean when him say that? You cannot expect a justice system to give you justice when its criminals are making the laws. That don't make no sense. It's the same way in the government where we have now. They are doing some things that are criminalistic. We know it. They might do it brawling in our face. And we're going like we don't see it because in our head we are think, oh, the government wouldn't be so mean. Really? When they might do it in your face? The government's job is to work for the people. You notice that every time election come around, them are beg you for things. You notice that in order for them to do anything, you have to give them the energy and your support in order for them to do anything. So right now, because the people them now give them the energy, and because not even the famous people where them did a count pan, I give them the energy. Not even famous people where are from other countries, I give them money and energy. And because the world is finally seeing how them really is, them are show them real colors. Everybody is finally getting the picture. We just need Jamaican people for hold it. Just hold it.
Yeah. So if you're here right now, appreciate you being here. We're just having a conversation about mental health. 31 days after Melissa, new reports come out painting a very bleak picture showing that children are impacted the most. Some of them are afraid to go to sleep with the lights off. Heavy rain, the sound of heavy rain and wind causes them anxiety. So we're just sort of focusing today on mental health and the fact that the health minister has said that they're expecting an increase, the Jamaican system is expecting an increase in the number of cases. We're just having a brief conversation about that. And if you're here, I need you to hit the screen and to, light the life. So we need to reach as many people as possible. I feel like we're learning quite a lot and understanding the emotions and the pain people are feeling. And I know often the politics seeps in, but today we're just going to focus on the human toll that this is having on people.
And Jamaica had a mental health crisis before this hurricane. It's something that has been ignored, pushed aside. People think they could pray it aside, but that doesn't work. Those things don't work. Hearing that young lady, the little girl who was at the opening of your live, we need to hear from the children. I think oftentimes, the rhetoric of children should be seen but not heard, and but their voices are important. They are the future, literally. A child worrying about their next meal. How do they focus on school and studying and learning and those basic things that children should be concerned about, should be focusing on, and to know that, this is why I was disturbed. Was it yesterday? I believe it was yesterday, when people were saying that the victims of the hurricane, they're going to mash up the hotels, they're going to damage the hotels, they're going to steal things. And I thought, how cold-hearted, and just lacking basic compassion for a fellow human being to even utter those things. Somebody who's worrying about sleeping on a bed and making sure their child is warm and not being pelted with rain. You really think they're thinking about mashing up a place where they can get a safe, restful sleep for them and their child? No, man, we have to have more love and compassion, because that could be us. That could have been us in that situation. Would you be thinking about stealing and mashing up a hotel where you can get some shelter for the first time in 31 days? No. So we have to have more compassion and more love towards each other, and not this negative view of what people are going to do. They need shelter right now. They can't wait any longer. It's been 31 days. So they've been patient enough. They need help right now, or it's going to get worse in terms of physical and mental diseases that you're going to see for generations to come if it's not looked at as and treated as an urgency, which it is. It's a natural disaster. It's not about politics. It's not about orange or green. It's about humanity. Basic humanity.
All right. Whisper.
Hello, good night. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Well, I joined very late, so I didn't get the full content of the discussion. But you said mental health, and I heard bits and pieces of persons commenting. But it's a great topic, and I was thinking about this and what I'm going to say for a very long time, and thinking about where we are as a country in Jamaica, that is. And what I mean, where we are, I'm not just speaking, physically, but also mentally. Because the truth of the matter is that many of us who are here on this life can attest to the fact that a lot of us and a lot of people in Jamaica, we were already, struggling inside long before, Hurricane Melissa. And when Hurricane Melissa came, it just added pressure on top of pressure that were there before. And if we, to be honest with ourselves, most of us never, when it comes down to mental health, many of us never grew up, in Jamaica, in our childhood, where, mental health was something that we understood. It wasn't, taught in school. I can never recall, mental health was taught in, primary school or basic school or all late school or even high school. As a matter of fact, it wasn't even taught in the home, among our family. And, nobody within the community, nobody within church was teaching us how to deal with emotions, with traumas, stress, anxiety, you name it. I mean, I grew up in a Christian home, and when there were issues or things that would amplify my mental health, whether I went to school or something happened and, I'm being, pushed aside and to man up or not to cry, or, the church will say, pray about it, God will take care of it, or whatever the case may be. We were told to be strong, to tough it out, to keep silent, to be quiet. That was what we were taught about. And we never, learn, the signs of what mental health looks like or how it feels. We never, learn how to talk to, not even our parents, many of us, about what we feel or how we feel. And the truth of the matter is also we never learn how to even ask questions. Sometimes, we're going through some emotional trauma or some situation as a child. We go to our parents or someone in the family or friends, and they will ush us out, and when we look at, even the young person, I overheard the conversation by many about this young man who committed suicide. I don't know the extent of the situation, but as someone said earlier on, that it was attributed to the fact that, he saw, the devastation of that Melissa caused his family and how his mother struggled. But also, when we look, as I said, when we look on mental health, even that young man, may soul rest his peace and, condolences to his family. But even when we looked on, a recent incident that happened where we lost, a beautiful young lady who was a contestant in the Miss Universe competition. She was beautiful. She was talented. She was, she was a woman who has her entire life, before her. And what happened? Something went wrong. She took her life. But even when I watch her video, it is a call for concern, whereby, she was crying out for help. And,
Yes, she was crying out for help.
I saw the videos on YouTube, but you know what? Everyone was commenting, but I was listening to all of her videos, watching her videos. But you know what I was focusing on? I was focusing on the comments that were left. And many of the comments weren't something, there was no one reaching out to say, maybe I didn't see those ones, but the ones that I read, no one was saying, you know what, I'm going to come and get you. I remember there was a young man who posted a video who said, I knew we were neighbors, we were best friends. I knew you were going through situation, but I didn't know how deep it is. Listen, if I know I had an incident whereby a friend of mine here in London, I rang her about 9 o'clock. She's older than I am. And I rang her. She wasn't answering. 5 calls. This is unlike her. 10 p.m. in the night, I got her. She didn't sound herself. I said, what's going on? She's been locked up in her house for days, not coming out. Why? Because she was in arrears for her mortgage. She's not working. Now this is a registered nurse, but she went to that place of, depression. She felt depleted, and she has 3 grown kids. But what happened? I was in London. She lived in Nottingham. I packed my bag and said, okay, I'll call back in 10 minutes. I drove 3.5 hours, 10 o'clock, drove to Nottingham, knocked on her door and said, listen, you're not alone. And I stood, being a person of faith, I prayed, yes. But, I was there. She felt, and her children felt, some sort of hope and some sort of restoration. But the question is, sometimes we need to ask ourselves, are we our brother's keeper? Because I'm sure many of those persons who have been devastated in Jamaica, they didn't even know how their neighbors were coping. And that is this Hurricane Melissa should also brought us as people of Jamaica to come closer to each other, to be there for each other, know what your neighbor is up to, know when he or she is down. You know, if we have a rapport with our neighbors, with our friends, when was the last time we called a friend to say, you know, I'm just thinking about you? Sometimes you may not know, we may not know what our friend is going through at the time, but that one telephone call, that one text, just I'm thinking about you, will even break the silence of mental health. So it is for us to really focus on, you know, bringing some awareness to our own self, to be there for each other. Another point that I also hear, mention about the government, and I kept asking this because I heard this, kind of discussion going on, not even on this platform only, but I see posts lurking around on social media. But my questions been asking, when I see these posts, is the government, the current government, to be blamed? Because face reality, if you're in power, for those who are online, if we are in power and you're in charge of the country, and all of these hate, and we have the disaster, everyone is going to cry wolf. Everyone is going to say, you know what, they are devastated, they are in wants. But we need to understand that the government need to analyze critically and to see who and reach those persons who are in greater need. It's not that they're turning a blind eye to persons who are, affected. Everyone is affected. Even the person who was not affected by hurricane because their building was safe and everything, they are affected as well. But back to the reality of the government can only do so much more. Some family members who are affected in Jamaica, they have family members. If you ask a question or ask some of them, has your family member come to aid? And if we're supposed to do the analytical thing of it, or the analysis of, those persons who have been devastated or been affected by Hurricane Melissa, many of the persons who are crying wolf are not affected. They can cope. They have been getting the help. But we need to understand and bear in mind and keep in mind that the government, I believe, is doing what they need to do, but also they need to analyze and to reach the persons who are affected. Sometimes, yes, sometimes the system is slow, as someone said. Sometimes it's bureaucracy. Sometimes the country simply doesn't, have the structure to move that kind of support quickly because they didn't foresee this coming. But when you're hurting, when you're displaced, when you are, when your kids don't have food to eat or, school to go to because there's no electricity, those explanations, those sort of things, doesn't help. It amplifies things, and people need the help now. And we just need to, be there for each other, and, to wrap up, because I'm taking too long and I talk sometimes, sometimes, we need to, what I believe Jamaica need to do is to, be more alert and have mental health awareness, across the globe, because it is important, because we need to start, talking openly. We need to learn the signs. We need to check on people. We need to break the silence we grew up with. This is not a weakness. This is not, attention seeking. This is the reality of life. This is reality. This is what Jamaica needs. This is what we, the Jamaican citizens, need. And if Jamaica is going to heal from Hurricane Melissa, from cultural trauma, from everything, we have to start learning how to take care of our minds, as a young lady said earlier on, just as much as our bodies need to be taken care of. Thank you.
Thanks, Whisper. So, Yardman, do you want to unmute and then just give us your, I think we may just have to pause this just for a little while. We've got a guest who's waiting to join us, and I think we're about 15 minutes. So if you unmute, Yardman, if you don't mind, we're gonna sort of pick this up again. I think this guest has limited time.
Greetings, darling. Hey, before you go into that, darling, I have to actually step out. May I go deal with something with a family matter? Yes. So, you can't take me off of the box. May I appreciate everybody for this evening, but just link me said we can try this again. All right, darling.
Always, as you see, the people love you and they love to hear from you. So thank you for coming on and being so
It's always love, darling. It's always love. Everyone have a good evening, yeah?
Appreciate it. Thank you. So what we're going to do, we're going to revisit this. We're going to circle back on this, and we're going to revisit it, and then we're going to also be we've also got to call out. We've also got to call out the UK government loud and clear with receipts.
Hold on.
You know, correct, sir?
Yeah.
Oh,
They won't
wow.
stand up for the survivors
But
on this. So
them
we're going
put
to
my
be doing
split
some.
up
So we're going to
next
be
week, Wednesday.
highlighting a
Yeah.
case shortly where there are people which involves an 8-year-old girl. So the UK government, we're going to be putting them on blast shortly, and then we're going to pick up the conversation again around mental health. So Yardman, I'm going to come back to you shortly if that's okay. All right. So I'm just going to clear the boxes, and then if you just stick around, I'm going to invite you back up for you to say your piece, and then we'll talk about the case involving the 8-year-old girl who's stuck in Jamaica whilst her parents are in the UK. So Pinner and Whisper, thank you, and then Yardman will come back to you and hear your thoughts. Okay. Thank you. So, so if you guys were here on Wednesday, you would have seen that we were meant to have Ian Lewis of the Inner Circle, the reggae band. He had a last-minute issue where he had to drop out, and that's because literally 2 minutes before the start of the interview, his dog passed away, and he had to step away and sort of deal with all of that. So we're gonna just talk to Ian, and that's because Ian's group Inner Circle, they're part of a concert that's coming up shortly in New York, and he wants to come on and talk a little bit about that. So what we're going to do, we're going to play Inner Circle's most famous song, then we're going to fade, and then we're going to bring in Ian, talk to him, and we're going to get you guys to try and ask him a couple of questions as well. You've got on mute. People are looking forward to hearing you. So if you unmute Ian, can you hear us? I can see him, by the way. He's on an external screen right here, but for some strange reason we can't hear you. Ian, can you hear me? It's actually funny watching Ian on Zoom right now. Ian, I can see you talking, but we can't hear your talk. Chat, can you hear Ian? I'm not sure if it's me, but can anyone hear Ian at all? Right, so yeah, so it's not me. So Ian is here. He's saying a lot, but I can't hear him. So Ian, is there a way you can unmute maybe? This is the glory of doing trying to do technicals live and whilst trying to figure it out. So Ian, you're currently muted. So let's unmute you. Let's see. Should be able to unmute now, Ian. Some strange. We're just not hearing your talk, Ian. So Ian, you've got to. Can you hit your audio settings? Ian, what I might do instead is I might just call you. I'm going to call you in on a different way, and let's see if this might work. Let's see if this actually works. So chat, you've got to bear with me. This is the beauty of doing these things live, and bearing in mind Ian not so great, not so savvy with technology, but we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Ian wanted to come and spend his Friday with us. So let's see let's see if we can get Ian now. So Ian, if you I think that might work now. Let's see. Ian's been a bad boy right now, isn't he? It's not. Ian, if you can hear me, can you answer? Wait,
hello?
finally, there he is. Welcome, Ian. We've all been waiting for you. How are you?
Hello?
Hey, Ian, can you hear me? Ian,
Hello?
yeah, can you hear me, Ian? I can hear you. Ian, can you hear me? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we come for Ian, can you hear me? Feel like right, let's see if we can Ian, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey, Ian, can you hear me now? Yeah, this is what it's like with more mature people in Zoom. It's a good idea on paper.
Hello?
Hey, Ian. Hello. You bad boy, Ian. Yeah.
Hello?
Thank you, Joy. Hey, Ian, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello? Hello?
Ian, can you hear me? I can hear you. Do you know what? We're gonna have to try and we're gonna have to probably just try and call him on the phone instead, maybe, and see if that works. Right. Let's call Ian. Let's call Ian instead. Feel like the anticipation is going to be too much. We've got to. We've got to get him on today. Hey, Ian. Ian, hey.
Hello?
Ian, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. We were trying to bring you up on Zoom, but I'm assuming it wasn't working, right? You couldn't hear me?
Yeah, it was giving a little problem.
Could you hear me?
I can hear you now, clearly.
So could you hear me on Zoom before?
Yeah, I can hear you. I hear you clearly, man.
Oh, okay. Awesome. So Ian, listen, thanks for doing this. We're going to do it this way, Ian, because I feel like the people have been waiting to hear from you since Wednesday, sorry, when you were meant to be on. And I know you had a little situation that you had to deal with. So appreciate you coming on, Ian. So what?
Yeah.
31 days ago since Melissa made landfall in Western Jamaica, how are you feeling? I mean, just give us a sense of what it's like to see your country the way it is right now.
Well, what I'm saying to the people is that, you see, when they see all the videos and they see all of this and they see all that, but when you put your foot down on the land and you really see the pain of the people and the suffering, it's something that lifts your head up in the air. But you know, Jamaica people, we're not normal, you know? And when you go like Santa Cruz, the people in the market, people selling, they're trying to make the best of a bad situation, you know? But it is tough. It's going to take at least 3 to 4 years to build it forward, not back, to build it forward, you know? Because we don't want to go back, you know? we want to go forward. So it's going to take planning. You know, for me personally, I wish I had $100 million and do it the right way. You know, you can't build it back the same way. You have to put things in place now, you know, build proper structures, put the light on the ground, you know what I mean? It's going to take just more than just the will of the people. It's going to take a certain level of engineering skills, you know? If you understand what I'm trying to say.
No, listen, Ian, we hear you loud and clear. And obviously, as we move forward, there are a lot of people who at the moment feel as though they're not being seen. They're not able to even take the first step to begin the process of rebuilding their lives because the situation on the ground is just so difficult.
Yeah, well, it's the logistics of moving. One of the fallacies that come up about it that Kingston is all right, and God bless that because at least you have a place, a nerve center to work from. People can come in and they have accommodation, and you know whatever help come from abroad, they can stay there. Then go into the country, and you know we need all like a bright youth to know to operate drone them that can go and film, you know, see what's happening there because certain places are still not accessible. You know, the road, I mean, it's scary, my brother. It's a 200-foot down and it's just maybe a bicycle can pass by it, you know? So it's I don't know. I don't even know if I can put it in words, you know?
What's it been like for you seeing the likes of Shaggy, Sean Paul, Spice, your fellow musicians stepping up and doing their bit?
Well, Virgin, all what a man wants to say about Vibes Cartel, you have to give it to the man. The man just go. Him never ask question. My father just go. Shaggy just go. Sean Paul just go. Them never wait on the government, never wait on nothing, them just go. You understand? And that's goes to show you that the musicians appreciate the people that have supported them over the years, you know? They're giving. But I mean, what the musician fraternity can do. But we need certain skills, certain people know for build. Any man is in the UK, any man is in anywhere in the world that are building skills. Even if him don't physically go to Jamaica, and him can look, survey a area and draft up some plans, you know, and send it in, you know, establish a line of communication. If you even have a cousin in somewhere, you know, and because another problem having water is rising up from the ground because, you know, underground you have the aquifers, you know, that take the water, but the ground is so saturated, it can't take any more water. So when that drain up, it's coming up with more water, and then, you know, it's bad, you know, because you have animals that die, you have, you know, I mean, people making joke out of certain things and say, well, sending the drunk on those things. But, I mean, it's any kind of relief, you know, stress relief is good, but it's not a joke thing, my brother. It's not a joke thing, you know.
So
it's really serious.
For those of you who are just tapping in, we've got Ian Lewis here from the iconic reggae group Inner Circle. And Ian's just reflecting on the hurricane and just giving us a sense of how he feels. And I'm wondering if you had any thoughts, Ian, when you saw the whole situation of Buju Banton and the barrels and him raising awareness. And a lot of people, as a result of him speaking out, coming forward to say that they've always had issues sending parcels or barrels to the, you know, to the island, and then realizing a lot of their items are missing, you know?
Well, you see that now, I don't even want to go down certain avenue, my brother, because certain avenue just create up argument and top argument. I mean, the man is clearly upset because, you know, Jamaica Starlink is the biggest link them right now. Everybody wants a Starlink. You understand? That is what, you know, can help us to communicate, you know? And certain things get messed up and, you know, it just, you know, the part that kind of rough. But what my main thing is people from all over the world. You understand? We need the help. That's why I say if you physically can't leave your yard and you can't leave, you know, whatever you can do, go on your computer, draw up a thing, try link up with somebody who know, you understand, and can get your link into Jamaica, you know, and try and do it from there. So if it's a town planner, that's what we need. We need the skills. We need that kind of skills right now. You understand? To map the area of myself, all right. I am experiencing lane, why am I? You understand? We need the skilled people. You understand? It's all one of just saying a bag of groceries and this that is needed. You know, but we need skilled people them to link up along with whoever the government assigned them. You know, because everybody working by themselves is not going to work. It has to be a united thing. We planning a big concert in Miami here on the 2nd of January, you know, with at least 15, 20 artists to try and raise some live funds that, you know, we can, you know, buy building materials and do a lot of different things. Because realistically, you're going to need the material, but you have to have the plan first. Or we're going to build, we're going to school first, we're going to hospital, you know, you have to have a group of people. As I say, modern technology, you can have a group and a chat. Them don't have, you know, understand me, if you can't physically leave and go to Jamaica, but you can link up to somebody and link up and, you know, so because young people is very bright. Generation Z is very bright people. And you have bright people in the UK, you have bright people in New York, bright people in Canada, bright people in Atlanta. And just form these bodies of construction people, different people, and link it up. You understand me? And then them can look at drone footage and then, you know what I mean? Get really technical down to the things that really going to matter. Because remember, you know, you're chasing the buck, you know, because watch it now. This is what? We're going into December. So January, February, March, April, May, June, we're going back in another hurricane season again. You understand? That's 7 months from now, you know. 7 to 8 months from now, we're going back in another hurricane cycle. So we have to fix all of that before that come around. At least get 50% of what mashed down up and livable. You understand me? And just praise another one. We don't get touched again. But we have to look, we have to be conscious and be conscious of the fact that in 7 to 8 months' time, we're going back into another hurricane season. You know? And we can't take a next week, my brethren.
I mean, when you put it like that, it's quite difficult, but it's a reality. It's, you know, it's something that might potentially happen again during the next hurricane season. But you mentioned,
exactly.
Yeah.
So we can't lollygag and talk about PNP and GLP, and we're talking about people now. We don't know politics. We're talking about people. People need help, and we have to get help sensibly. You understand? And plan it so that one time you restructure it and you set it, it's good. You know what I mean? It's in motion. We need some youth who know to run drone. Just send up the thing at the ear and survey the ear, and you know, we need a link. We need a good link of 15, 20 people that is in that field of operation. You understand me? Montego Bay is a big city. It's working out itself to a level, but it still need that. But like St. Elizabeth, Savannah Hospital, mashed down, Bridget. The school kids have to go back to school again. You understand? Mercy community, you know, Jamaica people love the holiday season. You know, Boxing Day come, people are cook up, you know, rice and peas and, you know, at least a little relief. You know, people to people relief. You know what I mean? It's very necessary. And even the Montego Bay, you see in bold place where the big kitchen burned down. You know what I mean? It's just, them thing is sad, man. And that was feeding a lot of people. And flipping burned down. You know what I mean? So I don't know, my brother. Tough. You know?
You mentioned, Ian, that you've got a big show planned that's planned for January in Miami. But I know on the 12th of December, you're going to be in New York at the UBS Arena with Sean Paul, who you mentioned, and a few other artists.
Yes, Shaggy, Sean Paul, TOK, Mike Spice, Richie Stevens. A good lineup, you know, of artists that want to grace the stage and really, you know, show the people that, you know, united we stand, divided we fall. And music is a big part of Jamaica people life. So it's good when the musicians can exercise and contribute, you know. It's very good. I feel good in my soul to know what I'm trying to do and help and how I'm trying to help, you know. And I love getting enough funds I can buy out 30, 40 generator, you know, give to the church people, give it to the, you know, a little man who have a little restaurant that him can, you know, start juggle back up him little food and get him thing going. And, you know, once people start feeling good, you know, vibes is power, you know. Once people start come together, it get powerful. You know what I mean? It get powerful, my brethren. And that we have the power and the vibe, you know. We just need some know-how and, you know, some real kind of dollars, some real dollars, you know.
Yes.
But the knowledge, the know-how people, them is very important, very important. So I say, you don't physically have to leave where if you can't do it, but if you can link with somebody in a parish, if your granny or your auntie they come from up, link with somebody and say, what do you need? Well, you know, I am an architect, I am a this, I'm a welder, I can suggest what kind of, you know, bowl for you is, and you know what I mean? Because we have to build it back right, my brothers. The foundation have to build back. It don't make sense you put on clean clothes and you don't bathe. You know what I mean? You're only going to smell stink again. But we need to get the foundation. Can't use back the same old board and penny nail. You know what I mean? We need iron and steel and brick it down to the structure. Tie the roof on. You know what I mean? Proper roofing. You know, China have a whole heap of different things we can use from China. You know, if it's that we have to use it. You know, wherever we can get it from. You know, and tie the thing then because it's going to take everybody, my virgin. You know, I don't know if you have a count of Jamaican worldwide diaspora, but I think it must be in the 5-6 million range. You think?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty significant, pretty high. Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure.
If everybody give $1, $6 million.
Yeah.
You understand? So we just want to know it go to the right channel and people bright enough that them can sit down and think up things, how we can help, what can we do? Let's do that, let's do this. As I said, we're racing the clock. We have a race against the clock. We have Bolt and certain man we can't run leave the clock, but this are go faster than Bolt. So you know what I mean? We don't want June turnaround and we still not reach nowhere because it's not going pretty. It's not going to pretty if one of them boys come touch me again, you know? We don't want that to happen. We are praying to Almighty that, you know, him just hold them off and hold it off, you know?
We hear you,
But,
Ian. And I feel like for anyone who's in the US who wants to go and see Ian at the UBS Arena on the 12th of December, are you going to do that song, Ian? Sha la 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 boom 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 boom.
well, I mean, we're going to do a verse. We're going to do about 45, but we're going to do a lot of Jacob Miller. You know, Jerry Locks can't live in tenement yard. You know what I mean?
Ooh, okay.
Too much watch, too much so, you know? I mean, a lot of people, they know in a circle, they know the songs more than know the band, but we're still around, playing all around the world. We just was down in Africa that day. It was in Morocco, you know, and to see the intense spread of reggae music, the cultural, you know, doors that reggae music has opened to the world to understand a small little country like Jamaica, you know, that put out this music that is so spectacular, you know, understand? And have so much different genres that, you know what I mean? It influenced lovers rock of Britain. It influenced the rock and roll punk thing of England. It does so much different things to the world. You understand, man? You know, it's that's the part that really made me feel good to know that all my predecessors, man, like Alton Ellis, Ken Boo, all the man them went in front of me and opened the doors them. You know, big respect to Mr. Jimmy Cliff who passed away. And, you know, and I want to say something, I might get in trouble, but you see some of them bloggers the way I blog out, you know, for stop blog the false information from the people, you know. Come see some man a blog out and talk about man a deal with this and that. I have respect for the man, man. I have respect for the man. Stop blog the foolishness, man. Deal with the positive. Let's help Jamaica now. with a little help from a friend. Stop blog out foolishness, forget likes and click and make money. Stop it, man. Stop it, man. People work too. You know how this business is, my brethren. A tough business, this, you know. I don't know, easy thing, this, you know. A 13 years, 40 years, may I do this thing, you know. You understand me? So, you know what I mean? I'm not afraid to give my, me a 60, 69, me a 60, I. Me not, some man afraid to call them age and make people know all them is. But I'm not afraid of that, because he's a fighter. You know what I mean? So, remember, you know, my brother Jacob in the past away at 26, you know. And look at the body of work what him do. Look at the body of work what Jacob. Bob Marley was 36. Look at the body of work what Bob Marley do. You know what I mean? So, you have to just look at people who go in this thing and really work. And it don't easy, my brother. It
Yes.
don't easy.
Yes. Well, listen, Ian, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you. Thank you for doing this. And I'm glad that we prevailed against the odds and managed to make it work. And I feel like I'm gonna give you the choice, Ian. So do we play you out with la 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 boom boom boom, or do we go with boom shakalaka? What are you thinking, chat? One for shalalala or two for boom shakalaka laka?
If you have a Jacob, name forward never, backward never, if you could find that, that would really touch my heart, because, you know, songs for the people to unite, teach them not to fight. Manners must turn to discipline. You understand me? You know, that's what true love will really bring. You know what I mean? Forward ever, backward never. The matter we are giving Jamaican people. We're not going back. A forward we're going, my brother. Forward. You understand? And we just want the people, whoever listening out there, you understand me, just put it in your heart and know, so well then, this is a test, you know. This is a test, you know. When you get tests, you know, you have to score high. And Jamaica people, you know, we don't give up easy. You understand me? We don't give up easy, my brother, you know?
All right. Well said, Ian. Appreciate it, Ian. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Rastafari live, and to all the brothers, you know, be always strong, you know. As Bob Marley said, get up, stand up, you know, fight for your rights, you know what I mean? So one love to everybody out there who listening. Take it easy. Those in the UK, you know, no mocking about right now, mate. just hold fast and Jamaica strong. That's the name of our new song, Jamaica Strong. Keep it strong, you know what I mean? All right?
Thanks to Ian for coming on. And we've got some other big people coming on, by the way, just to let you know. So people want to come on and connect with you guys and talk to you guys. It's a shame Ian couldn't take your questions, but we'll try and do it again closer to the show in New York. So Yardman, if you're here, we're gonna return back to the discussion that we're having earlier about mental health. Yardman, do you want to come back up and just sort of just come and talk to us? I know you had some thoughts that you wanted to share. We began the program by sort of focusing on mental health. A new report from the International Federation of the Red Cross, they were talking about the fact that the toll that Melissa is having on children is so profound that they had to do a report and paint a picture of what what people are experiencing, in particular children, and the fact that there are a lot of children who are having emotional reactions. When it comes to nighttime, they can't sleep in the dark. They're having heightened sensitivity to rain and also wind as well. So we thought we'd just begin today's program by talking about that. And we heard from a 12-year-old Calicia at the top of the show with her sisters, and she, you know, contextualized the difficulties that young children who we don't hear about often are having in Jamaica, or the impact of Melissa is having on them in Jamaica. And we spoke then to a few people who came up and, you know, gave us a sense of how they were feeling. Yardman, it's your turn. I mean, you came up and I think you wanted to share your own experiences.
Yeah, definitely. Panel, once again, good. Actually, it's good night now to everybody. Well, anyway, my experiences with my kids. Let's get back on.
You got me on.
Yeah, my experiences with my kids. I have two boys that are back home with their mom right now, and typically, I'm telling you, it take a toll on them, you know. because they used to the life of having the electricity, used to the life of can be outside with friends, used to the life of everything is just going the way they want it to, you know. And during the part of the hurricane when it started, I hear from them like for just probably an hour. Then after that, I don't hear nothing from them. It takes a toll even on me myself, because I'm working at the same time. I'm at work. At the same time, I'm wondering what's going on during that whole time of the first day of the hurricane. So I understand the mindset of me as a grown person sitting in that body who is not there, because I went through Hurricane Ivan. It wasn't that bad, but I went through it. You know, so I know what it feels like to go through a hurricane, you know. So typically to not hear from my kids and then hear from them like I think it's like 5 days after I hear from them and I ask them like typically some little question, are you okay? And they were like, yeah, daddy, I'm okay, but I'm still shaking because everything was just different outside from what we used to. You know, not because they're in a concrete structure, the wind that is blowing is still affecting their self of humor, you know, and seeing things blowing across, you know. So even though they were talking to me, they're crying at the same time and say, I wish you were here because I know you always be that person to protect us, you know, no matter what, you know. But knowing that I'm not there and here, or they talk to me and they were crying at the same time, they say, hey, I don't want to go through this no more. It wasn't something good, you know. It takes a heavy burden on me knowing that I'm at work and I just want to go home at the same time. But in the same time, I know they're okay, because after that, I could hear from them. Again, it was somebody who get a connection to somebody could have said, yo, your kids them good, man, your family's all right. You understand? And still yet up till today, yesterday, you know, it's Thanksgiving in America. So yesterday I cooked all this food for my little daughter and her mom. And typically I can tell you, I couldn't eat because I'm thinking about the people in back home. I have all this food just right here with me, but people are not eating right now. I couldn't eat. I'm not gonna say my kids doesn't have food, they have. But it still remains, I'm thinking about other people at the same time, because you can't think about just your family alone. You have to think about everybody, you know? So it really take a toll on me yesterday myself, you know, just looking to it and just seeing the food just sitting right here. And I'm saying, I wish I was in the place to just start issuing some of this food to people who really needed it. And I know a lot of people probably sit in the shoes that I was yesterday, just looking at the food that is in the house right now, sitting down, and knowing about people who don't have food, not even the shelter I'm talking about, just the food, because without food, we don't have the strength to move, to do what we need to do to help ourselves, you know? And this is where it is with the guy that really unalive himself because his mom lost. I'm telling you, there's many of times I've been around people who reach that level, Noel, which I always try to be the strong one in all of my friendship. And even when it's not my friendship, I see people and I see them sitting outside of my job, I will go out there and ask them, what are you doing? What's wrong? Why you looking like this? That's all some people need sometimes. And a lot of people don't understand that part of it, that we have to share the love to each and every one. No matter how you feel like somebody's in a clean clothes out there, sitting down, they're going through some things sometimes that it's really devastated in their life, you know? So sometimes we need to just pick up the pieces as how we supposed to do, help each other, connect with people, no matter how you see their look. Because I'm there most time at work and people always ask me, why you always so happy? Look like you don't have problems. Yes, I do. But guess what? I'm not going to let my problems be the biggest fear of me. I'm here to help other people. And I wish, as the guy said before, sometimes we need to pick up our phone and call our friends. Yes, sometimes we need to do that. we are so laid back, which we're wondering, oh, nobody calls us, so we not call nobody. But sometimes you don't know what somebody is going through. You understand me now, well? And that I'm that type of friend that always, and all my friend can tell you, every week I pick up my phone, or every time for a month, I take up my phone one time for the day and call every one of my friends, everyone, just to check in on them to see if they're okay. That's all we need to do with people. Checking on families and friends, because sometimes they're going through some stuff, my brother, which none of us know, because as man, we keeping so much. We as man, we keeping so much. Sometimes we're afraid to talk about whatever we are going through. So we just need somebody to call you and check up on us enough time and say, yo, brother, you good? You okay? How's your day? Because that is all you have to do sometimes. How is your day? And then everything start going from step to step. But growing up, I always listen to this song, Noel, and I never really understand what it was all about. And from the other day when the hurricane hit, it came to my mind lying down in my couch, and then I started playing this song. So every time I come on my podcast, I start playing this song, and I'm just gonna play this song, which is a Barrington Levy, Vice Versa Love. I don't know if you know, you're supposed to know it. It's a touching song for the times like this. This is all we need right now in our country as Jamaica. This is all we need over the world right now. I'm just gonna play it for a minute, and then that's it. Anybody else can talk after that. You understand? That's all we need, people. We need a Vice Versa love. We need to spread this love. We need to help each and everyone in our community, in different community. We are the people. Out of many one people. Remember that slogan, out of many one people. We have to come together to do this together, Jamaica. So guess what? Love and love Wally from Yardman Production.
Appreciate it, Yardman. Wow. Nadine, I'll come to you now.
Hey, how you doing? So I just got back from Jamaica. I was my family's in St. Elizabeth, in the eye of where the whole thing happened, and it's devastating. Watching it on social media, seeing it in person, it's heartbreaking. I mean, I broke down so many times because my family, I was just saying to my husband, my parents, basically they were here because we're in New Jersey. They were here September. And the only thing that they said, we're going back now. My parents been in America for over 50 something years, and they wanted to build their life back in Jamaica. So they worked all their life here and they went back home. And September was when the last time when they were here. And they're like, thank God we're done. We're not coming back. We'll see you next year. And believe me, Jamaica is the best thing ever happened to us because even our health is much better. And Noel, basically seeing what happened, I was heartbroken. I was at work. I could not even function at work. My boss had to send me, say, you know what, take the next flight to Jamaica. I got there, and I mean, my mom is trying to hold up. My dad, I can see he's broken because he was a truck driver here, and he spent all his life working for what he really wanted. For him, I always say that was his little hotel in Jamaica. And see the entire roof came off that structure. And that structure, believe me, I could see it in his eyes, his face, like he felt like he failed. He failed his own self. And I said to him on many occasions, I said, look, there is life. We will help you to rebuild. I can see people in the community. And that's one thing I realized, that Jamaica is a country that I'm seeing everybody helping each other, no matter who you are. And I'm not really seeing the government that much really doing what they should, but I'm seeing people in the community helping each other. And that was one thing that I realized. Myself, my brother, my daughter, who I brought with me, and my dad, we went around in the community, even though we were hurt. We went around in the community and we were giving back. We gave back little gifts. We gave back food to the community, people who we don't even know. And seeing their face and seeing what they were saying, and children. The biggest part was watching the kids. My nephew, who I could see the fear in his eyes, and he says to me, I'm scared. I'm scared. I said, he's only 12 years old. And he says, I said, what are you scared of? I don't want to see this again. Mentally, the kids are hurt. Mentally, the elderly are hurt. I'm looking at it that the younger generation, they can rebuild. But look at the elderlies. They already did all they can in life already. Look at the kids growing up. They don't want to see this again. Yes, mental, physically they might be okay, but mentally they're not. And I wish Jamaica could see what they can do to help the elderlies or anybody who is going through mental health right now. It is bad. The kids are feeling it most of all, and the elderlies are feeling it. The younger generation, we can build as much as we can, but I'm seeing it on the men, on the elderly and the kids. It's real bad, Noel. It's real bad.
So, given what you saw on the ground, what sort of intervention do you think is needed right now? What should be put in place to try and help those kids who are obviously, I mean, clearly traumatized, right?
Yeah, I think if right now my nephew says to me, "I'm not going back to school till next year," and that's in St. Elizabeth. We're not going back to school till next year. And I said, you know, at least they should have places wherein, or some gathering for the children, something to kind of give them that help. Because guess what? How much can we say to them when they actually see this thing? It's not like they heard about it. They were physically in it. And I can see the nervousness on especially my nephew. He came to the house and everywhere we're walking, he's behind us, just running behind us. And I said, how can I, when I'm leaving back to come to the States, he was crying because it's like we were like a little shelter for him. And I said, how much, I mean, it's hard. It is hard, but I think they should put things in place like for counseling to help the young people, some counseling situation. I know everybody's going through it, but at least they should have something like a counselor, somebody to help these kids. It's hard, especially going back to school. I mean, they're going to go back to school. Kids are going to talk about it. At least something before they get back to school. Something should be there. I mean, the churches, there are a lot of churches are damaged. My dad is a pastor. His church is ruined. So there's no place even for the church for them to even go to get the help they need. I think it's just a personal thing wherein the families are trying to do their best to kind of help their children. But the families themselves need help. So I think more counseling and understanding of what really happened, I think that would help them more than anything else.
And, you know, Nadine, I think when the health minister, Dr. Christopher Tufton, was talking about the fact that elderly will be the most vulnerable, given the fact that a lot of these folks have worked hard for all that they have, and now they've lost it in an instant, in seconds, right? They've lost their livelihoods, and then now they're sort of about to begin the process of rebuilding. Your elderly parents, I mean, are you concerned about them from a welfare perspective, that, you know, the worry and the anxiety may increase their blood pressure, or are they in a good place now, given the fact that they're going to try and rebuild and move on? Because for anyone who might not be aware, you were here, right? In the early days when we launched, you were trying to find them.
Yes.
So they were initially missing, and then you were reunited with them.
Yes.
How do you think they're, you know, are you concerned about them from a long-term perspective of how they will cope in the weeks and months ahead?
I am. I said to my husband this morning that I have to find a way out to get them here just to rest for a couple weeks, because at the same time I can see, especially my mom, I mean, she'll smile, as you can see, somebody who, you know, I'm okay. But deep down inside, mentally, I can see the pressure. My mom says to me, my dad says, how can you smile? How can you be like this? And my mom says, both of us cannot be broken. My dad I never see my dad cry before. And my dad started crying. I lost everything. I worked so hard for. I lost everything. And luckily, my brother who was been in the army over here for how many years, and when he got back, he's still in the army anyway. He says to me, sis, I'm going down with you. I'm going to Jamaica with you. And I even left him there right now. He's coming back up next week. And believe me, I haven't slept last night because it's in my brain. I called my dad this morning. He said the torp is still on the house. I got torps all over the house. And He says the worst thing, the torps all start tear ripping apart. And I'm like, oh my God. We bought so many torps and everything is ripping apart. We got people trying to put stuff over the roof. We got people trying to start rebuilding the roof because, I mean, I said to him, where's the government to help you guys? I mean, he says, I don't know. I mean, we put our name down and it's been from the beginning and nobody has ever even come to assess anything. And believe me, I'm saying to myself, what's really going on? We went there and I'm telling you, I slept over the torp area. One little room was left kind of half done and that's where they were. And believe me, I looked up and I said, it's cold. Where is the help? If you have no family to help you or friends right now, you're left in the cold. I'm not seeing a government come around. I'm not seeing anybody knocking on the door. I mean, I've been there for almost 12 days. And everybody who I speak with, they said, we've never seen anybody come around. Nobody comes around to ask questions. The families, the friends, people from the outside, people from America, those are the ones helping. And it's not good. Because you got so many. I went to this person's house. I don't even know this little old man. And he says, please help me, help me. I got no roof. And I'm saying, Lord, I got no roof either. But at the same time, with the torps that we buy and put over the house, how long can we be doing this? Especially St. Elizabeth. Those places are cold at night, freezing cold. And I'm saying, where's the help? Where's the help that's really coming in for these people? So as for my parents, yes, I'm concerned. Yes, I know they're there. And yes, I know I said to my boss last week, I'm going back. And I said to my husband, but why am I going back? I'm trying to get them up here. How am I going to get them up here? I know they're a little stubborn. I mean, you're thinking about all that you have. And if you leave, somebody's gonna start going into your house to take away your stuff. This happened to a friend of mine. And I'm so nervous because I am drained. And physically, I'm okay. Mentally, I am telling you, I'm in America, but I'm drained. My brain is halfway there and halfway here, concerned and hoping that nothing happens to anyone of my family because I'm seeing them. They mentally, yes, I'm scared. Noel, I'm very scared.
Wow. So, I mean, is there a way for them to get to the US, or will they need to apply for visas? And...
No. They still have their visa because remember they're US citizen. They're US citizens, so they can. But as I said, they work all their life, over 50-something years. They're elderly. They're like, we're out of this cold. We're going home now. We got blood pressure, blood sugar. We want to go home now, and that's what they did. They work hard. They got the dream home that they needed. As I show you the house. And that is where they wanted to just stay and retire. Not for them to come back into this cold, which wasn't really, which was affecting their health. So
can you give, yeah.
Yes, what were you saying?
I was going to ask you for your assessment of what you saw on the ground. I mean, are people sleeping homeless on
Yes.
the corners of streets? So people are homeless.
The people are sleeping on the torps. And that's, I mean, I was nervous. One lady has 9 family members. She's sleeping under a tree, the torp tied on about 4 trees, just to make sure there's a little shelter over their head. Rain fell every day. Rain was falling now. I've been there for 12 days and 12 days straight. Rain was pouring. I mean, people were crying. People were just crying to us. I mean, it was ridiculous. I mean, I could not hold up. I called my husband back here and I said, I don't know. I wish I could have how many millions of dollars to help these people, because I'm seeing the stress on their face and the kids' face. And the first thing one lady said to me, all my livelihood is gone. Look, I think I was going on the pond side area. And she says to me, half of my house went into the sea and my money went with my house. She said, I got nothing. I have nothing. And I look at her and she said, look at my house. And yes, half of the house, only the steps were left. The house was gone. So it's going to be a lot of mental issues that's going to happen there. It's going to be a lot of mental issues. Half of them said, we don't know how we're going to start all over again. And then what I realized also, the people who are the construction workers, Some of them, I don't know if it's everybody, but a lot of them are tripling the price to rebuild. So if they were paying, if they were like 100,000 before, for example, they're like 300,000 now. You know, I'm just giving an example. Everything tripled. Everything. A torp, I think, is like 80 by 60 that I bought for that house, something like that, or whatever. That was like $20,000 just for the torp. So think about the next person who doesn't have, and the worst part about it, the torp was very thin. I need the torp so bad. But I see my dad just called me and says the torp is all ripped up because of the breeze. so it hurts. It really hurts. Last night, I don't think I slept last night. I got up and I said, my whole body is nervous. I can't be sleeping in a warm home and I don't know where my you know, I feel bad knowing that so I said to my husband, I'm going to have to find a way out to trick them to get back here. I'm tricking them. I'm telling them the doctor needs to see them fast. Something for them to get back up, you know, just for a week or so, just to rest, because they are working hard there. My brother, thank God, my brothers are there with them right now, but they're going to be leaving pretty soon to get back here. So it is heartbroken. And it's heartbroken for a lot of people. It is heartbroken for a lot. It's not only my family alone I am worried about, but other people. I see the stress on everybody there, and it's not good.
And the fact that you're saying that there are people exploiting this tragedy, you know, just to benefit themselves is just even more worrying, because that could contribute to people's mental health. If you're panicking, thinking, oh, I've got no more money left, you know, I can't call on my friends, I've got no one to support for me. I mean, that's going to push you over the edge, isn't it?
It is true. And a lot says we don't know what we're going to do. My cousin, he living in Manchester, and he says to me, I called someone to put my roof back on, and he says the amount of money that he wanted, he says, cause I don't know what I'm going to do. I am walking around just getting zinc off the street and put it on my house because I can't do it. I can't. He says, I'm just walking around picking up zinc all over the whole place, just to make sure that I can stay in my house, because we can't do it. And it's true. It is true. It's torp over my house. It's torp. And the torp is all, I mean, believe me, I couldn't believe that in my house while I was there for 12 days. It's 4 barrels full of water coming through the torp. Because the torp becomes like, when it's filled, it has a big hole. And it's like all over. I mean, tears came to my eyes, my brother's eyes. We were like, oh my God, this is not right, you know. But at the end of the day, it's like I'm not seeing anyone comes around. The Samaritan, I mean, only thing I'm seeing is overseas or gospel of like churches from St. Catherine or wherever. They're the ones I'm seeing in the area. They're the ones stop at the house, and they're the ones, are you guys all right? Or they're giving food to people. Those are I have not seen 12 days of any governmental person, any assessors, anybody coming around to everybody who I asked, they said we have not seen anyone. Only foreign people coming to our aid. Nobody. So I'm trying to figure, I said to my dad, what is going on? So after everybody put their roofs back on, who is going to be paying? Are they still going to get this money? This is the question I'm asking. People start rebuilding. How this money that they were supposed to be getting to rebuild, when the assessor come and their roofs are on, are they still going to get it? Because some people might have to borrow from others just to keep a roof over their head. These are the questions I'm asking. It's heartbreaking. Everything right now, every money that we have in this, right now, every money that all of us have, whatever savings we have, me, my brother, my husband, everybody in the family has to be putting money together. The last of what we have for ourselves. We have to be doing it now to be able to help our parents. Because of the price that these people, construction workers, are asking for, and we have to keep them safe. The last of what we have, everybody says we're going to have to put together, we're going to have to try our best to build back ourselves, just to make sure, because that was a family home. So we have to put everything back together. But it's hard. Noel, it's not easy. It's hard. Because we still have our home here, which we have to make sure that we can take care of too. It's hard, Noel. So I'm sorry for the ones who can't even start. But mentally, yes. We're gonna have a lot of mental issues in Jamaica. I can see it. I can see it on their faces. It is no joke. It's gonna be bad.
I wonder though, Nadine, if there's any thought in the back of your head, given the fact that we're just months away now from another hurricane season, if that's something that you guys are thinking about, if you do rebuild and you manage to get the home back to normal, and then you're having to you're going to having to hunker down sometime, next year again. And if another hurricane comes, do you know what I mean? I mean, is that at the back of your head, maybe thinking, is it time to relocate, to go somewhere else, or to, get them out? Have you had those conversations with your parents?
I mean, I do. Put it this way. We were living in Montego Bay before. So now it's a matter of the hustle and the bustle. And my parents are like, we need somewhere where it's much quieter. We need to just relax now. I mean, we've done all we can in life. We're done. So they were living in Montego Bay for a long time, and they're for almost half of their years. And they're like, okay, we need somewhere we're in, because especially my mom, she's from St. Elizabeth. My dad was like, let's do it. So it's a matter of knowing that running away, you don't even know where the hurricane is going to go next. Do you understand me? So it's like relocating. Where are you going to relocate to if you don't know where? St. Elizabeth, for category 5, I've never hit Jamaica before. I mean, we just went through Beryl. Everybody remember Beryl. It wasn't nothing comparing, Gilbert, nothing comparing to this. We can't run away from all these disasters. So it's a matter of knowing how much can you protect yourself. You're just going to have to figure it out. Nobody can figure what's going to happen. See, in Manchester area, rivers are opening. We're driving in Mount Carey area, going down and Bluefields and those areas. And I could not believe when I look and see so much houses that are still in water. Water is rising up a lot of areas. Roads broken in half. It's like you're seeing disaster upon disaster. I mean, my body run cold when I'm watching these things and seeing what in the world happened in the speed of 12 hours. How could this happen? Category 5 has never hit Jamaica before. And this category 5 has wiped Jamaica, that half of the island out completely. And we don't even know when St. Elizabeth is going to get back light, internet, or anything, especially Black River. We don't know when. So right now we got to be using generators. We got to be using solar lights. I mean, my area is as pitch dark as hell. So it is not. I mean, I don't know. That's why I said I don't know how these kids are going to manage, how the elderlies are going to manage. I remember this guy says to me, I'm in the dark. I mean, luckily I bought a lot of lanterns and stuff like that to give away. And the first thing that this guy says to me, I have no light. I don't know. And he was an old elderly man. He says to me, ma'am, I have no light. And I said to my daughter, I said, could you look in the back of the car? There's a light in there. And she took it out and I gave it, and he was laughing. He said, thank you. He was jumping. Thank you. Now I'll be able to see tonight. Believe me, Noel, what I was looking at, I told you I was going home, but what I saw, it's heartbreaking. It's very heartbreaking. I came back and I said to my staff that I have at my job, I said, it is heartbreaking. My body is still spinning of what I can't sleep for how many days now. I can't. Because I'm worried. I hope the government can get involved right now, man.
I mean, yeah. And we continue to ask the questions, right? When, how much longer is needed? And when will those assessments be carried out for people who need the help? Because I mean, again, I know we began by talking about the younger, young people, the children, but also the vulnerable, the elderly who might not have easy access to get support, and just needing to cope on a day-to-day basis might be tougher than, was already tough. And now that's even made worse given the conditions that they're having to live under. So listen, I I honestly don't know what the answer is or what the solution is, but I'm glad that you're able to come back and to be a voice for your elderly parents and to
Yes.
also paint the picture of what the reality is like in Black River. And clearly, there is still a long, long way to go before any
Yes.
sense of normalcy is returned.
I couldn't believe. Noel, I mean, I'm taking pictures. I'm saying, and I had to stop. I couldn't do anymore. I said, no. This is like, somebody was laughing when I said, this is like Russia hitting Ukraine, man. I said, this is crazy. This was like, I mean, I'm looking at my parents' home, and that's like a bomb dropped in the middle. A bomb. That's how it looked, like a bomb dropped, and people were taking pictures of our house. It was like a bomb dropped in the middle of the house. And I said, no, God, this is not right. But I can see it on their face. That's my old concern, man. I can see it on my parents' face. I said, I have to bring them up for Christmas. I was going down, but I thought about it. I said, you know what? I think I might have to bring them up for Christmas because they need that rest. They need to get some rest. They're hard workers. And as I said, my mom was a caregiver. My dad was a truck driver all their life in America. And to go back home now just to rest, this is what they have to be going through right now. And us as children, especially I'm the second eldest one, it's like it bothers me. It bothers me as the daughter. It's bothered me. And, it hurts. It hurts. But I'll just do the best I can. That's all. It's not easy, but we're just going to do the best we can.
But do you want to know what the silver lining is? Nadine, they're still alive, right? They survived.
You're right on that.
And I guess that is, a great deal of comfort, given the fact that they are living under the worst circumstances possible, and they're having to fend for themselves. The system is clearly failing them, but you've still got them, and whatever you can do in the meantime to lift them up and to help them, you've got to do what you've got to do.
Yeah, my dad was diagnosed with prostate, and he had a doctor's appointment here. I had to cancel it because he was right in the middle. The next day he was supposed to fly out, and I had to cancel. And you can see my uncle actually he's a construction worker, so he went to Montego Bay to get him, and my dad went to Montego Bay to get him. And when he got there, Noel, just to find out that my uncle has a colostomy bag, a catheter bag on, due to the fact that he went to Catherine Hall to help his other niece. And next thing you know, the water, because he went through that water in the house in Catherine Hall, that water becomes septic in his body. So it caused him not to be able to pee, not to be able to do anything from the waist down. So he ended up now not able to do anything. So that even hurt me, because that's the second brother. Three brothers are left. And that kind of hit my dad hard too, because he left home to say, let me go and pick up my brother so he can come and help us rebuild. Just to find out that happened to him too.
Is he paralyzed from the waist down at the moment?
Well, I wouldn't say paralyzed, but he's not able, between bowel and bladder, both is not working right now, due to the fact that he becomes septic because of the dirty water that all the houses got in Catherine Hall in Montego Bay. He was walking through that water. He was trying to help his niece to clean her house. And when he got out, he can't use the bladder is not working anymore. Neither is bowel movement working anymore.
So how is he doing number ones and twos then? Is he just sort of
colostomy bag they had to put on him, and a catheter bag? So his whole working time is he can't do any more construction work. He's not able to function either.
And he was in the process of trying to help others, and then ended up
trying to help his niece in Catherine Hall. So he was there taking out the stuff. I mean, walking through that dirty water, trying to clean that house for them, and that's how he got out of that water with illness. So it's heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking. It's too much. It's too much, and I think I'm trying to hold up physically, but mentally, I'm telling you, I break down many a times. My husband sees it. He'll calm me down. He'll say, "Just be calm." but mentally I break down a lot of times. Last night I woke up, I sat in the bed and I was just crying.
Nadine, what the name of that syndrome? Do you have a name for it?
Say what?
Do you have a name for that syndrome? Whatever he's going through, do they have a name for it? Whatever is going on
For
with
my
him?
uncle? For my
Yeah,
uncle?
yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, they said his body becomes septic because of the because it went into his body. So basically, it's not a. They're saying his body become like it becomes septic, so he's not able to pee.
Sepsis, right?
Yeah, so he's not able
Septic,
sepsis,
yeah.
so he's not able to pee nor poo. So they had to put on the colostomy bag and a catheter bag on him, due to the
Miss
fact of all that dirty water.
Miss Hopewell, do you want to? I mean, you're an expert in this. Do you want to explain more, Miss Hopewell? Maybe you can give us some more insight. I mean, I hadn't heard of this before, and obviously Nadine's brought this to our attention.
Yeah.
Miss Hopewell, you there?
Oh, can you hear me, Nadine? I'm sorry. How are you?
I am
Yeah,
fine.
no, I'm not too bad.
So
I
you're
was just saying,
saying,
Miss Hopewell, we hadn't heard of a case like this, so I thought I'd bring you up just to give us a bit more context, just given that your medical background.
okay, the first question, I'm sorry for what happened to your uncle. Unfortunately, with the amount of rain and standing water Jamaica has, there's going to be a lot of what we call differential diagnosis. So things that we know would happen because of the hurricane, and then those things that are outliers, which seems to be what your uncle is experiencing. Can I ask you a question? How old was he? How old is he?
Nadine, you're on mute at the moment.
He's actually 69.
Okay.
But he's been a construction worker all his life. So he went to that home very good, ready to work, and came back out like this.
Okay. So when your body becomes septic, right? And the disease is sepsis, right? It is where your body, an infection of some sort invades your body, and it can come from anywhere, right? And in this case, it came from standing water. Now, if say your uncle was my patient and he had come to see me, of course, I'm not a doctor, I'm just a nurse, but I do infectious disease and looking to expand to do my doctorate in epidemiology. So it's like a big area of interest for me. I check his skin to make sure he has any break in his skin. So sometimes age is a factor in terms of how well your immune system can respond in fighting off bacteria or any kind of illnesses. So you become septic, right? When a disease or as infection invades your body and your body now is unable to fight that infection. And that is how your body becomes septic, and it can progress into what is called septic shock, where then your body organ system begin to fail, which in his case, it seems to be, it affected his bladder. And did you say he had a colostomy bag? And, and of course, his ability to go to the bathroom in terms of doing number two. It can also cause a change in his mental status, right? So I'm going to go off the chart. Say if you are older, you develop a urinary tract infection, which can be very deadly in older adults, which my dad had that earlier this year. I was just reading a study on sepsis and neurosepsis in older adults, right? You become delirium. So you have an altered mental state, you have slow and shallow breathing, you can have what we call night sweats, shivering, sweating, and all of that. So hopefully he was seen in a timely manner, and based on what you're telling me, he's being treated, right?
Yes, he's been treated. I mean, when my dad went to the house, he was very weak. He said he hasn't eaten for a couple of days, so we had to give him some stuff because he lives alone. He lives alone. So,
but he's not alone, no, right?
Yes, he lives alone.
Okay, so how does he like? Who's because he's supposed to be on some antibiotics? Who's helping him with his medication, making sure that he's staying compliant?
I think the family just go, like maybe sisters or whatever, they just go there, check on him, make sure everything is okay, and stuff like that. You
And
know.
you might not know this. Was he diabetic? Did he have any other underlying
To
condition?
tell the truth, I don't know. You know, knowing that I haven't seen him for a while, but you know, just going to visit. This was the reason why we realized it, because we were going to pick him up, for him to come to the house to actually give us some help in St. Elizabeth. And that's how we found out what happened to him.
Okay, and just for educational purposes, Noel, I just want to let everybody on here know that any type of infection really can lead to sepsis, right? So it can affect your lungs. It can, you know, cause pneumonia, affects your bladder, your kidney, parts of your urinary tract system. As I was telling you, I was just reading this study about urosepsis in older adults, which caused my dad to pass earlier this year. And he had cancer, which was underlying. So his immune system was compromised. It can affect your digestive tract. Of course, it can go into your bloodstream, which then becomes even more deadly, because if you're not like given a whole lot of intravenous antibiotics, then it's life-threatening and leads to death. If you have a catheter in, it can cause sepsis, because of course bacteria can go in via the catheter if it's not cleaned properly, or if you have wounds or burns. So that's why I was asking if he had any other underlying health issues where would have caused, because he was exposed to this water, and we don't know what's in the water, where it led to this whole downstream effect of what he's experiencing now.
I mean, again, another example, right, of the issues coming to light as a result of the hurricane, and there'll be plenty of I guess, outbreaks and diseases and infections that we'll be learning about. But I thought it would be good just to highlight that, because I think the fact that, you know, that's changed his life in an instant like that is pretty profound. So,
and you remember, Noel, if you remember last week when I spoke to you initially, which was the first time I came up, I remember saying that there are going to be two primary groups, right, that are going to be severely affected by disease outbreaks in terms of the medical, what we would call what would we call it? Like the categories of individuals who have the weakest immune system, right, will be children and older adults. They're more susceptible, because as you become older, your body's ability to fight off diseases, you know, it wanes. And then when you're younger, you might not have what is called artificial immunity, because you're young, you've not been vaccinated fully, and your body's not able to fight certain things off. And what we've noticed out of this hurricane is that there's a particular age group, right? People particularly over 65 who are impacted, who seem to be more impacted by not Melissa itself, but the, you know, cleaning up and what comes after Melissa, you know, wading through the water, the underlying health issues. And I remember mentioning that. So I would admonish anyone on here with your good and best of intentions. And Noel, remember you put your suit on to show us when I was mentioning it. With the best of intentions, you know, I know we talk about the government, but it starts with us wearing PPE, getting you some water boots. If you can't get that whole suit thing that Noel had on last week, wearing proper PPE. And if you know you're not well, and if you know if you're of a certain age, ask somebody else to help. Instead of you putting yourself at risk and in harm's way.
Ms. Hope, I appreciate you as ever, and we'll keep you coming back as we learn more about leptospirosis and other diseases. I feel like you're like our resident TikTok expert.
I'm actually on here trying to figure out which school I want to go to. So hopefully, you know, this is my hope. You know, this is an area that I really love. So as I said, you know, I'll be more than happy to come up.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. And Nadine, all the best to your parents, to your uncle.
Thank
you.
you.
We're thinking of him.
When I get them back here next month, hopefully, I'll put them onto your program. All right.
Please do. No, please do. We'd love that. Thank you, Nadine.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
No worries. Yardman, appreciate you as well. Thanks for coming up and for sharing your story. Appreciate the vulnerability, you know, and just speaking so openly as well. Right. I'm going to try my best Jamaican patois accent right now. Hold on, let me get a drink. 1 sec. Me no afraid. Me no afraid of nobody. Me no afraid of nobody. Me no afraid of nobody. That's better. Those are the exact words uttered by the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, today. He was opening a new police station down in Little London. Little London has got a brand new police station. And in the process of giving a speech, the Prime Minister said, "Me no afraid of nobody. Me no afraid of nobody. Me no afraid of nobody." Okay, I'm getting it. I'm getting the hang of it. Anyway, so that was his response, because the Prime Minister has now declared war on people who he says are responsible for spreading fake news, misinformation, and he's now going to war with people basically trying to criticize his attempts to manage the hurricane, and his ministers who are working hard, as well as his government overall. In fact, it might just be easier if I play you the clip from the Prime Minister and you can hear him speaking himself. Let's just take a listen to this.
It is not just managing the disaster, it is managing the false information. And we have to go to war with that. Too much false information, distracting the people, when we need to have a positive mindset for recovery. And it is one thing that you will see about me. Me not afraid of nobody. All who want talk, make me one. Me will go with you toe to toe. Every nonsense you talk, I will respond to it. And as you would have seen with the government, man come out with foolishness, we respond, not go so. And as many memes as they can make, I can make it too. So it's going to be war, because we cannot allow people who peddle nonsense, the people who tell lies, we cannot allow them to win. So we will have it out.
Do we need to hear that again? Hit 1 chat for yes, 2 for no. Felt like there was a lot there, wasn't there? You want to hear that again, chat? Okay. We'll play it one more time. We'll go again. We'll just listen carefully, and then we're going to unpick and talk about it.
It is not just managing the disaster, it is managing the false information. And we have to go to war with that. Too much false information, distracting the people, when we need to have a positive mindset for recovery. And it is one thing that you will see about me. Me not afraid of nobody. All who want talk, make me one. Me will go with you toe to toe. Every nonsense you talk, I will respond to it. And as you would have seen with the government, man come out with foolishness, we respond, not go so. And as many memes as they can make, I can make it too. So it's going to be war, because we cannot allow people who peddle nonsense, the people who tell lies, we cannot allow them to win. So we will have it out.
So me will go toe to toe. Yeah, I wrote down a few other things there, but wow. So the Prime Minister declaring war today on people who he says are spreading false information. He also talked about the fact that he was disgusted by the attempts of the opposition MPs who, as we've seen over the last week or so, they've come out to speak out about the fact that they believe in Western Jamaica, primarily in their constituency, that there is an attempt to politicize the distribution of relief aid. Prime Minister said that is not the case, and that he is very, very angry about that. Let's just take a listen to another clip.
We are going to transition from giving out of packages, because it's becoming highly political. Who never get, and if you go to a man's place and then him say, "Oh, you never call me to go give package with you." You know, the funny thing is this: the amount of JLP people who call me to say PNP MPs get package and don't come to them. And I said, look, I don't want a political issue. Don't bother make no noise over that. It is disgusting that persons would want to make political issues over the distribution of aid. We have to bring an end to it then, because some people can't help themselves. They can't resist it. And so we are going to shift from the distribution of food packages to giving persons coupons or cards that they can go and buy the stuff that they need.
Let's just digest all of this. The Prime Minister goes to South Africa, comes back, was in Parliament on Tuesday, goes out today to open a police station, instead of trying to rally the nation, instead of trying to tell the nation, I understand your concerns, I understand what's going on in the country, and maybe reassuring people like Nadine, right, whose parents haven't seen any help at all on the ground, haven't seen anybody come around to try and help them in their communities or anything at all. The Prime Minister says, "Me not afraid of nobody. Me will go toe to toe, and what them give me will give back." So usually when a prime minister is under fire, there are two paths they can take. They can face the truth, or they can fight the people trying to do the right thing and revealing the truth and passing, constructive criticism and getting, giving him and his ministers an understanding of the reality. And sometimes as human beings, we need to be critiqued, right? Sometimes, for example, I get criticism on here doing this and talking to you guys, of people saying, hey, you're quiet sometimes when people are going crazy. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to go crazy with people. And anyways, the point is that you have to take criticism, and sometimes it will make you a better person. But today we watched a leader choose the second option, declaring war on the people who are asking questions, instead of addressing the failings that put the country and his government in a crisis in the first place. Let's just make this clear. Leaders who are confident in their decision making and how they operate or run a country don't attack those who may pass criticism. Leaders who are transparent don't attempt to silence people who may criticize them. Leaders who are accountable don't call every difficult question an attack. I feel like when a prime minister, like what we just heard there, is lashing out, using a speech, instead of trying to unite the country, you're now sowing the seed for further division. When you're lashing out at your own people, that's not strength, that's fear. Fear of scrutiny, fear of accountability, fear of being held responsible for promises broken, fear of not being able to bridge a gap where you can bring the country together, or meet your critics in the middle, and understand that people who are criticizing you aren't there to attack you. They respect you, and maybe first and foremost, they respect your office. Maybe they respect you as well, and if they don't, that's their choice, but they respect the office that you hold. You are a 3-term prime minister, one of the most important, one of the most powerful man in the country. Instead of fixing the issue, he's fixing his aim on the people whose job it is to pass criticism or to question his policies or question his decision making. Instead of maybe owning the mistakes, he's blaming the messengers, blaming the people who are asking the questions as to why people are still being failed 31 days later. And instead of rising to the moment, he's shrinking from it, hiding behind anger, outrage, and denial. You are the prime minister of Jamaica. How can you say me no afraid of nobody when, for example, it's not like people are going to run up to you in the streets. You've got security. You're protected 24/7. But maybe the prime minister was performing for his audience who were there, and that's what they needed to hear in the moment. But let's just remind you, Prime Minister, and your ministers and those who support you, your critics are not your enemy. Your critics and journalists who you may say are attacking you and your government, they are the safeguard between power and abuse, power and failures. So when you're going to turn your fire and your energy onto journalists, to people who are trying to speak up for those who are voiceless, you're going after the people that you're meant to serve, the citizens. And let's be real about this. There are people out there who are deliberately agitating, deliberately spreading misinformation in an attempt to try and belittle the prime minister or to impact the work that his government's doing. There's no doubt about that. But when you're going to use a podium and you're going to say, "Me not afraid of nobody," you are essentially declaring war. You're declaring war on people in your country, your critics, So Chevy, you're asking me, how is he supposed to push back on misinformation? He has a team to do that. Prime Minister has a press secretary, communication, an information minister, a minister whose sole job it is to go out and speak to the public. Instead of speaking to the public, coming on platforms like this, going to do interviews and with journalists, sitting down to do one-on-one, they're standing behind podiums, to speak at 10 a.m. when most people are at work, most people are elsewhere, most people probably aren't listening to your information. So maybe an effective way to tackle misinformation is to be transparent, talk to the people. I've made repeated attempts to try and get the Prime Minister's ministers here to come and talk to you guys. We have, MPs from the opposition who come on, they take questions. Sometimes you ask difficult questions, but they answer in the best way that they can. But nobody from the Jamaican Labour Party wants to come on this platform because they've, concocted this difficult narrative that I am, an operative who is trying to bring the Jamaican government down. Last time I checked, I have no military experience to carry out a full coup of the Jamaican government and to try and take the Prime Minister out of office. We're just asking questions about, questions that impact people's lives. So Prime Minister, if the heat is too much, it's not the media's fault. It's not people who have lost loved ones or people who are coming up to say that their parents, their family members, their children aren't getting the help and support that, when you took the pledge, when you took the oath of office, that you would serve every single Jamaicans. They're not getting the help. Maybe it's the reflection of the failures that you're overseeing right now. The press isn't attacking you. They're doing their job. We're doing our job. And maybe it's time you did yours. Instead of using a platform where you're giving a speech, I'm just going to play it again. I'm going to play one more time. Where you're giving a speech, you're going to then declare war on people spreading misinformation. So I'm going to play the speech again from the clip again from the Prime Minister. We'll just load the clip and play it again. But I think it is the most remarkable thing amid an unprecedented crisis facing a country that miles and miles away, you've got people who are desperate and living in desperate circumstances. And the Prime Minister's focus in his speech is declaring war on his critics.
It is not just managing the disaster, it is managing the false information. And we have to go to war with that. Too much false information, distracting the people when we need to have a positive mindset for recovery. And it is one thing that you will see about me. Me not afraid of nobody. All who want talk, make me go on. Me we go with you toe to toe. Every nonsense you talk, I will respond to it. And as you would have seen with the government, man come out with foolishness, we respond, not go so. And as many memes as they can make, I can make it too. So it's going to be war. Because we cannot allow people who peddle nonsense, the people who tell lies, we cannot allow them to win. So we will have it out.
Let's call this exactly what it is, and I'm glad I listened for a third time. Isn't that a Prime Minister in panic mode? A leader on the fire, not because of the media or his critics, but because of his own failures? Not throwing a tantrum and declaring war on anyone who dares to question him? Whisper, you're saying that the Prime Minister had a right to do this because of misinformation?
Hello. Yes. Yes. Noel, thank you for having me again. So there's a lot of emotions, from listening to the clip, and we can hear it in the Prime Minister's speech. You can hear it in his tone, and I get it. And we need to also not turn in a blind eye. Sorry if I'm out of breath because I have the flu. we should not turn a blind eye to the fact that even though he is the prime minister and leading, his team and leading the island, and governing the island, he is a human, and managing, a situation like Jamaica, just like everybody else, it's the first he has experienced, a Category 5 hurricane. So it is already overwhelming. Everything is on him, and now the misinformation, the accusations, and the criticism that's coming from the media, that's coming from the citizens, coming from the opposition party, and this also paints a picture in our society as to where we have been. Are we fully emancipated? Are we fully independent as a nation, as a people? Because you have a disaster like this, rather than accusation being hurled, let's not omit the journalist or the citizens, but the opposition party. It is for this time the opposition party should come together with the party that is in power to work assiduously to meet the needs and the expectations of the citizens of Jamaica. And for me, listen to his speech and what he says, I believe honestly that the Prime Minister was basically saying, you know what, I am not afraid to address the nonsense as to what is being hurled, because we cannot help.
Whisper, he didn't say
Go
that.
Go ahead, Noel.
He said he's declaring war.
Okay. But you know what? There's a saying that says, Noel, a hungry, well, they said, the proverb was, a hungry man is a hungry man. And I'm going to probably do a spin on it, and I'm not going to put a spin on it. Maybe he's frustrated. He's overwhelmed, like I said before. And the fact that, he's human and he's trying and doing his best effort, and persons are not really looking on that and to making some, accusation. I mean, he said it, and I believe, honestly speaking, that sometimes when you're angry, when you're upset, when you're hurt, you say things and later regret it. Maybe, let's see, it's quick. Maybe he will come around and apologize for what he said. But we should not also, pull him down, based on the mistake. Look on Donald Trump, for example, another prime minister, president of America. He said a lot of stuff, that many do not like, but let's not
I feel like Whisper, Donald Trump is an unconventional leader, one of the most
that is true,
controversial and consequential presidents in history, right? And I feel like
True.
Trump and Bonus, two different styles of leadership.
Yes.
But listen, if the prime minister believes that his decision and he's handling off the recovery are so solid, why is he so defensive about scrutiny? Why do you need to go out and declare war and say you're not afraid of nobody? That's what
because
I'm trying to understand.
Noel, I think the reality of it is that it is what at stake. Let us step back away from the politics, because it's not just about politics. It's rebuilding Jamaica. And rebuilding Jamaica is not easy. It's not walk in the park. You got to analyze the data. For someone who's a university lecturer and someone who actually teaches cybersecurity, and I'm doing my PhD, and it's about I'm in the process of carrying on my data research to analyze data afterwards. To analyze data, I mean, I'm having stress to analyze data of what I've carried out. But to analyze the data of, what happened in Jamaica, to figure out, who's affected, where aid needs to go first, what the real priorities are, that's technical in itself. That's a technical work that, it takes time, it takes energy. I heard he said that it is not about, he has an administration, he had, his leaders. Yes, but it also takes time. And guess what? In circumstances and situations like this, let's face it, Noel, puss, dog, rat, cat, and I'm not calling person name. I'm just using that as a proverbs and just as phrase. You are puss, as my grandmother would have said. You are puss, rat, dog, cat, you name it. Gonna call wolf, gonna cry out. Even when some of these individuals have family members who are helping them to recover, they will still be crying wolves because, face reality. That's how some of us as Jamaicans, behave. And, to carry out these jobs. And at the same time, let me say this, we cannot forget the human side, the human element. Mental health, trauma, anxiety can create a bag of things, a whole lot of things. And people are losing home, as the lady said earlier on. You said earlier on, kids are scared, families are struggling. And in Jamaica, I'm just getting emotional, even just talking about this now, because I can see the devastation. And, your friend Nadine in America, who spoke about her dad, in the mental health is something we really talked about. And let's face it, when we talk about mental health, right here, based on the Prime Minister's reaction.
Do you believe the Prime Minister is probably emotionally, mentally drained?
Oh, definitely. I say, I said it without even reservation, because we're human. It doesn't matter how much we have it all together. Before I came on this live, I was online and I was listening to a clip. I was just scrolling through social media, and I came up on a clip with, the famous Whitney Houston. And there was a question, she was being interviewed, Noel, and the interviewer asked her what it is, to be famous and how she feels. And she said, you know what? Being famous or having fame doesn't make her, because you can have all the riches. In other words, paraphrasing, you could have everything, the money, the house, but at the end of the day, you're still unhappy. So sometimes, we see so many individuals on social media, so many celebrities, we don't know what they faced. There's a battle going on. So the Prime Minister, him lashing out there, listening to him over time and, see his actions, or, how he, present himself and how he address certain things, right there and then in that speech, as you rightfully say, and I agree with you totally. This speaks of someone who is emotionally, psychologically, and physically drained.
Do you know what it sounds like to me?
Yes.
So when you're declaring war, right? The Prime Minister didn't actually say. I mean, if I were in his shoe, I would say, you know what? My fellow Jamaicans, we have a problem with misinformation, and sometimes there is information that's put out there that's not correct, and I will always do my best, me and my team, to correct where misinformation is put out there. But today I want to encourage my nation. I want to remind my people that we are going to get through this. Christmas is around the corner, but we are going to build back. We're going to be stronger. The Prime Minister declares war, and I'm just thinking, when you're going to go on a full-on battle, warring with journalists and your critics, who's actually going to be running the country and managing the relief efforts and addressing the crisis? It feels like to me that the Prime Minister has made the calculated decision to create a distraction from the government's slow response to the crisis. What do you think, Excellence?
And I do get you, and I totally agree with you that he should have probably reconsidered his speech, think about it. Probably you earlier on you said someone, probably his assistants, should have stepped in or something like that. And I totally agree with you. But also I will also revert to what I said earlier on. That is fair, because in a disaster of category 5 that devastated, a whole section of Jamaica, misinformation can misrepresentation can actually make things worse. People panic, Noel, rumors spread like wildfire, hate get delays, and, mental health, children, the elderly, you name it, they are struggling. And everyone is calling on the Prime Minister. So his focus at that point in time, in my opinion, that is not about, panic or attacking anyone, but I believe it is about keeping the public, informed, keeping the recovery on track, and by extension, making sure that people get the help they need. But at the same time, we need to be reminded that And we need to remember, in all of this, in all this, aftermath, managing a disaster, category 5 we're talking about, is not just about talking. It is very technical. It is very, logistical. It is emotional work. I believe we get lack of sleep, and we have to analyze. He has to analyze. His team have to analyze the data, figure out, who's affected, decide priorities, as I said, and coordinate agencies and NGOs and all the different agencies, while in the same breath, in the same space, keeping people, secure, safe, and all of these stuff. Remember, when we look at it, Nadine, who spoke earlier on, spoke about her dad who has been hospitalized and, had sepsis. My heart goes out to him. Again, can you imagine the weight that the Prime Minister and his team carrying, and then you're not getting that support from your leaders, from the opposing team? That also shed a bad light, not only on his leadership, but also on a country together, because people on the outside is going to look and say, you know what, if they can't lead in a crisis like this as a team, putting aside the hism and the schism, then how is it that the country is going to be rebuilt? How is it that we're going to meet the expectations of individuals who have been affected? We said earlier on, and I think Yardman says earlier on, out of many one people, I believe the Prime Minister of Jamaica and his cabinet, also the opposing team, need to rethink of the national anthem as to what it means, also the Jamaican motto as to what it means, the depth of it. And then once they can understand those information, the song and the motto, then this is where we can work together, hands in heart, and rebuild Jamaica. Not just rebuilding Jamaica, but rebuilding a sustainable, Jamaica. And before I close, Noel, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Like other persons who says rebuilding homes in the area that was lost, that bring them pain. Again, I made posts on my social media platform. Why rebuilding homes in the area that bring lost? We don't know what tomorrow holds. We don't know what the future holds. What if another disaster comes? And I know that Nadine says, if you move to, say, Montego Bay or move to Spanish Town or move to Kingston, what will also be our fate in terms of if an hurricane category 5 comes, it may probably damage Kingston. But again, it's just, what if? We're living in the moment. But then I would say, to the government of Jamaica, to the Prime Minister, or anybody from his cabinet or the opposing team who are listening, make sure that you build sustainable homes on lands, and make sure that you come to the aid of not just the elderly, because they're not only the vulnerable, but children and every single person, single parent, and every single person who have been affected in this aftermath. Thank you very much.
Noel, excellent. Okay, you can just mute for a second, Whisper. I'll get up to you, Deborah. Just 1 second. I'm going to work my way up.
Yeah.
No problem. Excellent. So I'm just trying to understand.
I heard the question you had.
The Prime Minister is taking this very serious. What's going on?
In terms of
are you finished, Whisper?
Yeah, Whisper. I'm going to talk to Excellence. I'm going to work our way up, and then we'll come back to you.
Noel, I want to know, Noel, is my time now?
No, not yet. I'm just going to go with Excellence, and then I'm going to work my way up.
No problem. My respect. All right, Noel, I won't claim to be an expert in anything. I won't claim to be doing a master's or anything or a PhD. I will go with a simple Jamaican language. The data, in terms of the first thing first, Noel, and people need to stop coming on platform and talking this madness about a category 5 disaster. That's rubbish, in the words of the Prime Minister. Rubbish. The hurricane was a category 5, it's past and gone. What we didn't know, it is a disaster, not the event. Melissa has passed long and gone. And many countries, many leaders, even our history, had to deal with disasters. Edward Seaga had a disaster which was caused by Hurricane Gilbert in 1988, if my memory is correct. PJ had it too. And Gilbert was also very massive because Gilbert affected Kingston. And when you do the inflationary cost of Gilbert, it rivals almost the cost of this disaster, right? The damages were made. No, the Prime Minister has made it a repetitious behavior, Noel, and he can go back here the history of whenever people ask difficult and challenging questions. He asks his surrogates or he makes pronouncements asking people to push back against people who oppose. We saw it in the elections. When he was under pressure, he said PMP are like dogs seek when they come to power, running behind a car. We saw it in COVID. We see it in the parliament. His behavior is to lash out whenever people ask him challenging, strong questions. We saw he did it to a young man in a hall room. I think it was UTech or UIT, when the young man asked a question and his answer was, "How dare you think you have the moral authority?" So the Prime Minister has that behavior about him to lash out whenever he's brought under bearing or is asked strong questions. Because the intrinsic nature of him is that he feels he's above scrutiny and criticism. And we have seen it many times. Noel, which real sensible, formidable, well-thinking leader would think they'll be leading a cause to repair a country after or during a disaster and not get criticism? Criticism is what people use to drive themselves and to make themselves better. You refashion, you come again, and you just get yourself better. This Prime Minister is calling for division. Coming out of one of the most polarized elections in our history. He's calling for division. And he's calling for his surrogates. That's the reason why you have some surrogates come up on platform and talk things and cuss you whenever you don't talk about. You make comments and say this is not right. Then cuss you and go on the worst way. And you know them, right? I'm going to tell you, the Prime Minister is having a mental meltdown, a psychological and perhaps psychiatric meltdown. These are behaviors of people who do have that. When they come out behaving that way, they have failed in many ways to help restore Jamaica. They know the information well because they got a lot of the information from the World Bank, from overseas entities who have used their spatial geography satellite to garner data and give them. Before the Prime Minister spoke about the 4.8 metric ton of debris in the country, we read it from the World Bank website. So a lot of these data is actually out there. So he's not collecting data as to what Whisper wants you to think. He has the data. They have the information, but they are not responding well. And let me say this to you. You heard what Desmond Mackenzie said. Desmond himself said, we are distraction. People talk about this thing is distraction and should be grateful for the work they are doing. Why should I be grateful when I am paying you millions annually to do a job? We employ you to do a job. But we should be grateful for you doing the job to help recovery. We see the behavior from Darrell Vaz. We see the behavior in the parliament. These guys are consumed by power. They are drunk. And they take the Jamaican people for their footstool. And that is the problem. And that is the reason why at every level, from the central government to the parish council, they deal with the Jamaican people that way. And it reflects in the behavior of their surrogates on social media. And once you go against what they are saying, doesn't matter how correct you are, Look, it took the Prime Minister, what, 28 days to say that the approach was wrong in the first 3 days? Why couldn't he have admitted that he was wrong and tried to move forward? Now I hear whisper talking about the opposition don't want to come and unite with them. Rubbish in the words of the Prime Minister. Lies.
But then again, I do understand what your point you're saying.
Sir, I gave you a lot of time to talk.
Okay, sorry, my apologies. Go ahead. Sorry.
So when they come, they are the ones who refuse to cooperate with the opposition in many ways. And when they try to exclude people, and exclude people and say you're not a part of government, leave government lead. Governance is a big thing and requires everybody to govern in terms of governing in an effective way. The man is on Noel. He doesn't want anybody to speak about what he's doing, doesn't matter what's happening and what they want. Imagine as a leader, you are going to say you don't want no opposition in the country because you don't need opposition because the people who vote for you can hold you accountable. Rubbish, nonsense, or dunceness. He wants a dictatorship. That's what he would want. But he needs to remember, 400,000 people voted for the PNP. 400,000 voted for him. The difference of about 9,700. Jamaica needs unity. And if he can't unite the Jamaicans, the country going to spiral into chaos. Serious chaos. And he's doing that. Those utterances today belong nowhere but Coronation Market on a Saturday morning when the market is bad. So people fight over buyers to buy them goods. That's what I have to say.
Wow. Do we feel like we need to hear the clip again just to kind of inform our responses as we keep going?
I was just about to ask you to play it again for me, please. And I want to encourage the people to listen carefully. Encourage the people to listen carefully, okay?
Chat, 1 for yes, 2 for no, or we'll keep it moving. Do we want to hear it again?
Play it again.
Yes.
Got to wait for the chat. We've got to wait for the chat. It's what they say.
Noel, please ask the people to listen carefully, please.
Turn right onto North 25th Avenue, then turn left.
Right. So let's okay, cool. We'll play it again one more time. So this is the Prime Minister speaking today, whilst he was opening a new police station, and essentially declaring war on his critics or people who spread misinformation.
It is not just managing the disaster, it is managing.
Right, bit of a freeze there. Let me try and rewind again. I feel like I played it so much, it doesn't want to play anymore.
It is not just managing the disaster, it is managing the false information. And we have to go to war with that. Too much false information, distracting the people when we need to have a positive mindset for recovery. And it is one thing that you will see about me. Me not afraid of nobody. All who want talk, make me one. Me we go with you toe to toe. Every nonsense you talk, I will respond to it. And as you would have seen with the government, man come out with foolishness, we respond, not go so. And as many memes as they can make, I can make it too. So it's going to be war. Because we cannot allow people who peddle nonsense, the people who tell lies, we cannot allow them to win. So we will have it out.
So we have to go to war. We're not afraid of nobody.
Noel, wait a Noel, I say something and come down. I say something and come down, because right now, my brother pick me and brother boy, I say something and come down. So what on there, what kind of message that the Prime Minister of Jamaica saying about a war? So what on there, Andrew Onlism, a bullyism you use around the country. You understand? One to the people them also you mash down a St. Catherine with the 5 people them in there. All know people might cry for them also a bulldozer done. So Andrew one is we see a war. We see a war Andrew one is. Well Andrew one up can end it. Because I started up can end it. You understand? It's a threat that I find that as a threat. The Prime Minister a threatening the Jamaican citizens them. You understand? He might use bullyism. And bully the people and for them can't talk. But guess what? Me there for stand up for the Jamaican people. I'm stand up for my maroon people. I'm stand up as an African and as a maroon for my brother and sister them who cannot make their voice to be heard. I'm stand up for the voice of the voiceless. Me now back from you, Andrew Wallace. Never send back an alarm to you, Andrew Wallace, and a message to you, Andrew Wallace. Me they are Jamaica. Me they are Jamaican. It's a one Jamaica. Jamaican. Me the Jamaica city, sir. Born in a maroon town, Andrew Wallace. Me not afraid of you neither. So me not afraid of criticism neither. And me not afraid of war neither. So Andrew Wallace ain't in anything. Fire for fire, eye for an eye. Me not back from you neither. Andrew Wallace, too much eye water upon you, Andrew Wallace. The 24 baby them will die at Jubilee Hospital, Andrew Wallace. Them a cry for you, Andrew Wallace. Andrew Wallace, the people them also you matched on a St. Catherine, Andrew Wallace. The poor woman work hard for your house. You bulldoze on the woman house, and the woman a cry. The eye water pan you. The 5 pity them where bulldoze on them house to St. Catherine. With them in the Andrew Wallace, them eye water pan you. Andrew Wallace. My sister, I want to pay Andrew Wallace. My sister, I want to pay Andrew Wallace. Because Andrew Wallace, you understand Andrew Wallace? Because if I understand, say, you play with the sea and make this disaster happen. It's not a storm come, it's a tornado come. And when the tornado come, Andrew Wallace, my sister was analyzed with Andrew Wallace. And Andrew Wallace, me not start whip you. Me not start whip you, Andrew Wallace. Since Andrew Wallace, you have been bad managing thing, Andrew Wallace. Anything, Andrew Wallace. Anything. It's sad. It's sad to have a government like this that is pushing in badmanism in the country where you expect our young people to do. Andrew Wallace, it is so sad. You have pushed bullyism. You have bully people for don't talk. Anybody talk. You send the hitman them come and the police is saying no. You send the hitman them the police close. It is so sad. It is so sad. The people have this fear. Them cannot talk because of this government here. And you got some of these bloggers come and them not talk the truth. Them not talk the truth. So why Andrew Wallace I send this message here? But find this as a threat. Andrew Wallace, you are threatening us for us to get timid and don't talk. But me, Andrew Wallace, me not afraid of your mouth. Me not afraid of your mouth and me Derval. Anybody know me on TikTok, me not back down. And no me go bonfire pan you. Andrew Wallace, me go wheel out the walls and me go soak the walls with salt and water and me go whip you. Me go whip you all night tonight. You're too hot. You're too bright. Who is you, Andrew Wallace? Andrew Wallace, Andrew Wallace, me not disrespect you. Me talk with respect. I'm not cuss no more bad word. I'm not gonna tell you about your mother no more. Me go beat you with intelligence. I'm going to be intelligent, Andrew Wallace. I'm going to talk properly, Andrew Wallace. I'm going to show you something, Andrew Wallace. You're too bright. You're too hot. People only need to take a stand. Only need to take a stand and go to Parliament every Tuesday. We'll not pick up on the front line and tie the belly and ball. Too many things the Prime Minister you do and get away with it. Too many things you might do. Look at this big disrespect we're sent to the nation. So where you tell us no Andrew Wallace? Where you tell us no Andrew Wallace? If we talk, you're going to send a hitman them for way. If we talk, you're going to send police to come for analyze way. If we talk, you're going to do what we have to do. But Andrew, you can't look at me, Andrew Wallace. Me a maroon. I'm a African sisters and brothers. I'm a fight for me, Andrew Wallace. You're wicked, Andrew Wallace. But pine to the east, Andrew Wallace. You have to go down. You have to go to Michael Manley prophesy and say somebody either go headless. Andrew wants me not threaten you, but Andrew wants to say, go down. My tears now go down the drain, Andrew Wallace. My tears now go down the drain. My sister dead in the storm, Andrew Wallace. My sister dead in the storm, Andrew Wallace. I'm heartbroken, Andrew, because the people them house mash up in the storm. So many people are homeless.
All right.
So many people are homeless. And 1 month now, Andrew Wallace. 1 month now, Andrew Wallace. You pocket the money where you get after the hurricane, Andrew Wallace. You don't use the money. They like this to come bust out the secret. Say you don't use the money. Say you don't use the money. And we said that they like this come say Andrew Wallace, but tired of you, Andrew Wallace. You must go. Hey God, Andrew Wallace, tired of you.
Devil, we
Andrew
hear.
Wallace.
Okay. All right, Devil. Yeah. Thank you, Devil. I'm gonna.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, man, talk.
Okay.
Yeah, man, talk.
Thank you, the gentleman that spoke before, Derval. And Derval, my condolences go out to you and your family for losing a loved one during the situation.
I know my brother. I know my brother. If brother, you see me here, every time I look at my brother, it's coming like a brother. I go through depression and something, brother. Me just tired that as a young people, brother. Me out here as a young blogger. Me have black night and day. I just come and say, Andrew, it's not change. You as a JLP, you understand my situation. More you talk the truth and come with the truth and don't be a hypocrite and don't speak politics, speak facts. Who feels it knows it. Right now my heart is broken. I'm in a sorrow. More you talk and heal my sorrow.
Thank you, Derval. So let me just say what I was going to say. So for everyone who's listening, I'm neither PNP nor GLP. I'm just neutral. So I don't take sides or political sides. I'm very mutual. But if we should look outside the box, and this is a term that I know often use, look outside the box. We can't just sometimes look whether you're PNP or GLP, whichever. We have to look outside the box and analyze and dissect, the Prime Minister's response. He says that it is not just managing, the disaster. It is managing, the misinformation that has been spreading. Yeah. Now, the key issue here is that I believe
his job is not to go.
I do understand what you're saying, but
he's talking already. Why is he speaking? Give it.
Just one moment. We'll get. To
sorry, Susan, you will get a time to speak. And apologies, I won't be long. The key issue, Noel, is that when he said that, it is not just managing the disaster. I believe, in my opinion, that the Prime Minister was highlighting the fact, he was reminding, the public of his responsibility, that it's not about just fixing houses and, clearing roads and all of those stuff.
Jamaicans are not stupid people, though.
The misinformation that has been spreading, especially in this situation, it caused panic, it caused anxiety, it slowed down recovery, it makes people become more even stressed and anxious. And from a psychological perspective, as the gentleman who spoke before Derval, who spoke about the Prime Minister was going through a psychological breakdown. Yes, one could probably allude to that, but from a psychological perspective, I believe the Prime Minister is aware, that keeping people informed is calm. It is, and it is not just, important as managing, the physical disaster. When he spoke about, he have to go to war with, whatever he says, because there's too much false information distracting the people. I believe he was just, yes, he sounds aggressive, based on his tone, but I believe in the context, when you look at it, it is symbolic, it is important.
Whisper 1 second. Whisper one. Susie, just go ahead. Please, just wait.
Can I speak?
Just one moment. Zion,
okay, go ahead.
Please don't make comments like that. You can get your account blocked. So Zion, just don't make comments like that. Just to protect yourself and to protect the platform. Just don't do it. Finish your point, Whisper. Just land your point, and then Anne will come to you.
So I was saying that he was debunking. He was just, taking responsibility. He's not literally fighting people. I don't believe the Prime Minister, was alluding to that. He's fighting, the misinformation and the conversation that has been going around or circulating. And psychologically, it is a form of, asserting is power, is authority, is control. And, we looked, the gentleman before Derval spoke about many prime ministers who have gone through devastation and to deal with them. Yes, we can look on even Pusha Simpson Miller when she was in power. In Parliament, she says she's not afraid of no boy and no girl. And, and we look on so many prime ministers who eat of crisis, the leaders often use it strong.
Sir, I understand what you're saying.
Guys, Devil, just wait. If you guys are going to keep interrupting, he's not going to be able to land.
Sometimes in crisis, like the saying normally says, when picnic shot fit you, when trouble take you, picnic shot fit you. And in crisis, leaders often use strong words, combative, language to show some authority and determination and confidence. And I believe this is just my opinion, guys, that I believe this is what the Prime Minister was asserting. And in Jamaican culture, saying, you'll go toe to toe or war. I've used it many times. Many of us have used it. And it is often, about showing, that you're not afraid to face the challenges or face the critics or change the misinformation that has been spread. The Prime Minister also said, it is one thing you will see about me. He's not afraid of nobody. Portia Simpson used that. And this is very human. He's been human there. He is under, let's face reality. Let's face reality. I know that everyone is saying that he's a prime minister and he's supposed to, take a stand and be more confident and all of those stuff. Yes, I do understand your point and I respect your point. But under immense pressure, he's asserting, he's affirming that, he's taking responsibility. That is what he's saying. If we look inside the box, if we look outside the box and not in the box, he's actually taking ownership. He's taking responsibility and he's holding his ground. He's not running away from the problem. And it's a natural response, guys. Natural response when someone is, being scrutinized by media, by critics, and a problematic, worried, scared public, psychologically. It's a defense mechanism. And a way to communicate to the public.
Let me come to you now, and then we'll go to Susie. We'll work out.
Thank you.
Okay, Whisper. Actually, no, it's not normal reaction for a leader to speak like that. It's actually not. Here in Canada, when our ex-prime minister, who many people didn't like, they said very rude and disrespectful things about him, his mother. His father's really Castro, not his, who his mother was married to at the time. Look what they said about Obama, that, his wife was a man, some disrespectful stuff. They never stood up in media and said, look at the second George Bush during Hurricane Katrina, when Kanye West went on national TV, international TV, and said Bush doesn't like black people. None of those three leaders I just mentioned in recent history stood up and said they're going to war. Only bro God. This is stop making abnormal behavior seem normal. It's not. What we saw today was narcissistic rage. And let me tell you, in 2018, summer of 2018 in Toronto, in a church in Mississauga, I saw this same arrogance and narcissism from bro God, from Prime Minister Holness, when Jamaicans were asking him questions and trying to keep him, asking him questions so he can show what he's doing to change the problems in the island. And he immediately shut them down, told them, no, sometimes we can ask questions that can lead to more problems and cause issues. He does not like to be questioned because he's a narcissist. It's totally inappropriate what he said today. Totally. We have a right to question the leader of the country. Absolutely. Go to war with what? With who? Absolutely no excuses. Wrong, absolutely wrong. Don't make excuses for bad behavior. He could have got up there and misspelled whatever misinformation he's talking about. He could have said, we are going to be more accountable. We're going to be more transparent. We're going to put this on our social media, on the government website, what donations are coming in, where we are dispersing them to. Simple. But go to war.
Remember,
the Prime Minister. 1 second, Devo, we're going to come back. Devo, we're going to come back to you. We've got to go to Susie.
No
first.
problem, Noel. Okay,
Susie,
okay.
Same way the Prime Minister has. One second. The same way the Prime Minister has the right, we have the right to ask questions. The public has the right to ask questions. He has the right to speak out and to defend himself, right?
Noel,
Give me a question, Noel.
No, Susie, you've been meaning to talk. Do you want to talk now? I think you're muted at the moment.
Noel, Let me land and then we'll come down and give Mama Sama space. Noel, let me say this, Noel. Let me say this, Noel. Everybody in Jamaica here are going through a crisis, and we are going through a state and something. But Noel, as a leader of the country, Noel, instead of come out and speak peace, you understand? Every leader get criticism. Every leader. Nobody not get criticism like Portia and PJ. When them Portia and PJ in the power, them this Portia, then call her dons, and then the term at them out her brain, and then this PJ, then call PJ our kind of name, and then something. I never hear PJ and Portia come out and say these unkind word that this government come out and say, like I'm a bullyism. Look at them this Marky G. You never hear Marky G come out something like that. You never hear come out something like that. But this Prime Minister here, he want people afraid of him. He want people afraid of him. He want silent people. I mean, no say, I'm worst nightmare. Because I mean, no say, him see my video them. I'm see him in my comment too. Me know to see my video them. I'm worst nightmare. But I say, Andrew Honest, me not stop beating Andrew Honest. You have to ever talk Andrew Honest. We're not afraid of criticism neither Andrew Honest. We're not afraid of your mouth because you are saying threat Andrew Honest. Me find this as a threat Andrew Honest. And nobody not come talk Noel, it is unfair. Jamaica be so unfair. And the Mark Golding said, the whole of them come on Mark Golding. The whole of them that come on Mark Golding. You understand? This country is so biased. To them eat Mark Golding. Them I go back Andrew Owen, but I'm telling you this. Me I want somebody. Me advice of the voiceless. I'm gonna stand up for my Jamaican people. I'm gonna stand up for my Maroon people. I'm an African people. More African people arise with me. I want to Maroon them arise with me because we're gonna take it to the street as a Maroon and an African people who have my back and arise with me. Hey, Noel, me I tell you, Noel, it's gonna be a revolution in Jamaica, Noel, because John Noel, man, tired. We're tired, Noel. Noel, it reached to a point now, Noel, where we have enough of Andrew Onlys. What Andrew wants to do, what enough time. Andrew wants to pocket the money, Noel. He get Portia insurance money, Noel. He get Niger Clark insurance money, Noel. Noel, he get money from the Barbados government, Noel. And right now, Noel, Kia man drop off some goods, Noel. I mean, no, say them goods, the Noel, them food goods there, the people them never get them. I be expire goods, the government get the people them, Noel. The goods them full of midget, Noel. And Noel, listen to Noel. Mega land and come down and give my mother space. Noel, I tell this Noel. I talk Noel, I'm talk every day, Noel. Noel, see the government and Noel, I get to a head now, Noel, and we are gonna take a step, I gotta take a stand in Kiyama so much away. One day, Noel, you're gonna over here and here say Parliament door black. Him can't go in. Him can't go in. Remember that. And for all of the comment, I type bad comment, me now listen to you because guess what? Me now
whatever you're doing, just keep your protest safe and peaceful, and go through the proper procedures to do your protest. But thank you, thanks Sabina, appreciate it.
Yes, and I know December the 8th, people, more everybody come out December the 8th. We're on the full black because Paul Buchanan and Andrew on his case. December the 8th. We're not gonna have no more prime minister. Because when time Paul Buchanan win him case, Andrew wants to step right down, and it have to be a re-election or him find somebody. Juliet Onis, you can't be the prime minister because you want to be the next Portia. You would never walk in a Portia shoes. Never. No, you ain't get around here. No, you ain't around here. Noel, thank you for having me. With all due respect, Noel, big up yourself. Big up everybody in the box. Love you, no. My mother, come take the space, my mother.
Terrible the fighter.
Go ahead, Susie.
No, yeah, me have to go pull over. Noel, I am so proud. Yes,
do you need a moment to do that? Just
no.
Get
Can you
to
do
somewhere
me a favor? When you first play this, because I've been watching the numbers, there was like 673 people up here. It's 721. I want you to play that video again, please.
No, we played in it in a short while. Never watch the numbers. The numbers are never reflective of who's here. So that could, people watching the For You page, thousands of people. So we reach 40,000 people a night on a good night. Sometimes it's 50. So never watch the number.
I want to hear it again.
I feel like we played it 4 times, Susie. I'm gonna because I feel like I want to kind of just ask different questions, but I know everyone wants to have their say.
All right. Since
We'll
they
play
want
it
it
again.
for
We're
me,
gonna play it
that's
again.
fine.
We'll play it again. We'll play it again. But I just want to hear what you have to say.
Well, that gentleman that came up just now, like this, I'm not white, but I think I turn red under my black skin. Yeah. For you to be a leader, right? And first they had him on TikTok, and because he knows he's opened up a police station and he's gonna go shake the police officer hand, this is to me is an intimidation tactics he's trying to use to shut up the people. Remember, there's freedom of press, freedom of expression, okay? And why is this prime minister is so focused on what people being said? One, we have a crisis in the country. We have a disaster. We have millions of my family, my Jamaican family, okay, especially the children are out in the streets, don't have homes. And he's worried about somebody's comment and worried about misinformation. And we're going to eloquently come in here with a PhD to talk about, well, where he has a lot to carry. Well, excuse me, if you can't do the job, because many other countries, including Jamaica, has had hurricanes before, and magnitude 5 or not, there's other countries that have earthquakes. In fact, right now, I think it's Japan or one of those other islands, whatever. So much going on right now that have lost. Yeah, I think Japan, 200 and some odd people. Do you see the prime minister out there telling his citizens that don't talk, don't say nothing, don't have nothing to say? If we're gonna go to war on what? Is he warring within his insecure self? He's a very, very. As I come up here and I always talk about leadership. There's all different type of leaders, okay? Andrew is a very, very insecure leader because he's a narcissistic person. A person with a narcissistic personality tends to be very, very insecure. And if you can't deal with insecurity, then you first go see a counselor or a psychiatrist, deal with the narcissism first, so you can become a better leader.
Them out of the box.
No one's thrown you out, Mama San. I think it might be your connection that drops and then you request again and then you get it. No one's thrown you out. Go ahead. Sorry, continue, Susie.
Sorry. So, if you have a crisis going on and you're going on the national TV, in fact, you know what's so crazy? The man is not realizing we're in globalization. Information is everywhere. How do you think another prime minister or a president or even a business owner, a business leader who wants to invest in so-called Jamaica because they claim that he's looking for investors, listen to you talk like that and talk about war like you're inciting a civil unrest in Jamaica? Who was going to want to come down there and assist? Who's going to want to come down there and invest when you are telling the people war? Okay, being a leader, you must have wisdom, having knowledge and wisdom. Wisdom is knowing what to do with the knowledge you have. And if you're so insecure that you worry about people's comments and people's opinions of you, then go sit down and let somebody take your seat. That's all I have to say for now, because I'm driving.
Thank you. Nick, go ahead.
What are you doing, Noel?
Yeah, all good.
Thanks for having me, Noel, and good night to the members of the panel. All right, so I'd like to say this openly, and I want Whisper to listen carefully. Now, there's a couple quotes I'll use. There's one that says, "To whom much is given, much is expected of." Now, he is not an ordinary man on the street. He's the prime minister of the country. You're expected to conduct yourself in a certain manner. You cannot take lightly what people have to say about you. That has to blow off you like wind. Because in your mind at all times is that you represent the country and the people of Jamaica. Regardless, they're from different parties, you represent them all. So there's no statements for you to come out with like you and the country at war. You and nobody who put you in the position that you are in can be at war. It can't, it's not possible. No. Things are there that you should focus your time better on. And in life again, it comes to another quote. Action over words. You want to change a narrative that you're not doing anything, that people are suffering. Simple thing to do is not to get on the social media platform and try to combat it with words. No. Prove, provide actions, go out there, lead the team, manage the team. Let people see that you have put the efforts out for the people of the country. And to show you how he's not thinking. He's not thinking as a prime minister. In the history of Jamaica, for all of my 35 years, I have never seen a prime minister responded to the public like that. Never. Believe me, the prime minister in Jamaica who they treated the worst, tore down his character, was PJ Patterson. They said some terrible things about that man. And that man never one day came out and cursed the people or tried to say he's going to do something to the people. He never did it. He went on with his life and he did what he had to do for the country. So I think Mr. Wholeness have to learn that. And whisper, before you defend these people, you need to look at the full view of things. It's hard for you to carry a card to say that you're neutral and his actions.
CM say go come sound like I pay them for come up here come chat
No,
and
no,
call
no,
Portia name.
no,
You
no,
know why
Mama
Portia
San,
did
no.
say what she
Mama
say?
San, one
You
moment.
know why Portia
Mama
did say
San,
what she say? So I don't know where him come
Mama
over here
San,
come and
just,
call a Portia name for. You know low Portia man and come
it's-
have a Portia back.
just let Nick land and then we'll come to you. But I think it's important that if he's got his opinion, we hear it as well. So continue.
Yes.
No opinion, because I'm not live at Jamaica, so I'm not no opinion. Oh, Andrew come tell about war and him know how viral him wicked in people them is and come and put out war to people. And I'm gonna talk them free for say, what we elect him for? Him say we elect a government to hold him accountable. So why people hold him accountable now him want war with people? I joke the people them a joke.
But
You
my
understand?
lady,
You talk about him free for say
So,
what him wants. Him not for say
I
nothing.
feel like Mama Sam, we're gonna come to you. Just one moment. Nick, just finish your point so we can just hear everybody here. You've got your opinion, and that's cool. Continue.
So lastly, the last thing I'll say to him about his response as a prime minister, and I hope people from his office is listening. Spend less time trying to combat rumors and lies in the media, and spend more time trying to fix the situations at hand and fix the economy moving forward. That's how you show us that you're a good prime minister. Do that. And let's talk it. That's it for me, Noel.
All right, I appreciate it. So I believe we are streaming on multiple platforms. I've not agreed to this, but I think people are streaming this, screen recording like crazy. But if you guys want to come in and be a part of the panel and share your opinions, we'll hear all opinions. But we appreciate you spreading the word about the show. Let's come to you, Juicy. Juicy, go ahead.
Yes, good night, everyone. I just have something to say. I'm not going to be long. What I'm saying, the behavior of the Prime Minister is very bad. And it's like you grow up and you're the parents are example for them children. And if you're the Prime Minister, you're not setting any example, then you go find the people then who vote for you, react to the people that in the same type of way. Because what I am saying, like if like last week I was on a platform, no, about 2 weeks ago I was on a platform. I have a son which is a medical doctor. So there was a set of them went down to St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland and Hanover and field trips to help out the people them that get injured down there. When they went down there up to that time, there was no government person or anybody, doctor or nurse or anybody see them. They tell me that people were having jam with them get with nail them walk and nail cut them foot and pus coming out of them foot. People with zinc chop them, people with broken and unbroken foot. You understand me? And my son, another doctor, so was there, I work at a pharmacy and was talking and they were saying they have to give a lot of people tetanus shots because it's very dangerous what they see happening to the people. And my son was even saying what they see happening to people down there is not the hurricane um come and pass, but this is what's going to unalive a lot of people because a lot of people need medical help down there. We haven't seen a doctor yet. And when I was on a platform and talking about it and saying what the medical doctor them go down there and tell me, because they get a lot of things from our pharmacy. So many laborites on the platform start to curse me off and tell me the worst dirty things them don't know me now. But what I'm talking is facts and what I know. Until now, it come on the news yesterday now where them say people died because the zinc we cut them, nail we cut them and they didn't get any tetanus shot. And I've been saying this over and people bomb blast me on the show. Me have to come off the way. Everybody think they start telling me how much bad word and style me as dirty girl and they don't even know me. You understand me? So what I am telling you, these things that is happening is because of the Prime Minister, because of his dirty behavior and because the way how he don't know how to address people. The people then will vote for him. When you come out and attack your truth, you're the worst kind of thing. You understand me? And this is not nice. The other thing that I'm saying now, is when PJ was Prime Minister. You hear them talk about Andrew get disrespect, none of that. When PJ was Prime Minister, I was living in Clarendon. PJ came down by Maypen Hospital to open it. And when he was there the day, when the Green Army them hear that the man was there, the amount of them will come down there with dutchy cover and pat and start echo the man. And in the midst, they start throw condom to the stage. I give PG and I tell the man, say, use this for your man, for your body man. It was so shameful for your Prime Minister. I was there. Nobody not tell me I was there. And PG look over in glass and continue cutting ribbon and saying what he never even look on them. You understand me? So these standard where the people them are going with now is a long time thing, is a long time approach taken by government who lead. And if you're a government and you cannot lead, step away and give somebody the position. You understand me? If you cannot manage, give somebody else. You cannot be so thin skinned that you go tell people you go war them and you hear what they say. Really? So everybody was up it seems like they all wearing hat now. You understand me? Because woman want trace up. Me never see man a trace on a be of them kind of way. And it's a in thing. If you say something about Tufton, he come out and he trace people like him a girl. Desmond Mackenzie trace like him a girl. Vaz trace like him a girl. Andrew come a trace like him. What is wrong with that side? No, nobody cannot talk. Because you thought them come out a trace like, I mean, if you don't think you're fit for that position, step down. Because you think you can't go in to work at public, working at the public. Step down and give somebody else. You understand me? And this is a few things I have to say right now. I'll continue listening.
Thank you, Chrissy. And just thinking about it, the difficult questions, the tough questions, the critical questions, the thoughts and reflections people are putting out there, maybe the questions that are being asked at news conferences, so journalists and critics have suddenly become the enemy the moment that the facts aren't flattering. Is that what's happening here, Hugh?
Well, yeah, good evening, Noel. Good evening to the panel. Good evening to those in the chat and those on the For You page, all protocol observed. It is very disheartening to hear the outbursts of the Prime Minister and the languages of the Prime Minister. If you
if you have anything to do with leadership, then one of the things you must have is tolerance. You understand? You must have tolerance. Because no matter what type of leadership you are in, you will be criticized. You will be criticized. But when you start to use things like you are going to war, how does your supporters see your word war? Are you pitting your side against the opposition? Because if there is misinformation out there, it is for you as the Prime Minister and your team to present the correct information to dispel whatsoever misinformation. But those outbursts, you go toe to toe, and you go, if a war, you go war, those are not Prime Ministerial languages. It's a shame, and I think the Prime Minister should step aside. The Prime Minister, I think he has reached his level. You understand? And
Hugh, should we take a moment?
Narcissist.
Hugh, let me pause you for a second. I'm just going to play the clip again. I realize that maybe people who are just dipping in now haven't heard it. So
yeah,
Prime
please
Minister
do,
Andrew
please do.
Holness has essentially declared war on misinformation and has basically said, "Me not afraid of nobody. Me not afraid. Me not afraid." Sorry, I've lost the quote. What was it, Hugh? Remind me.
Well, no, you know why Portia did make that assertion?
One second, Mama Son. I'm going to play it.
Well, Mama Son. Play it.
Let me play the clip.
It is not just It is not just managing the disaster, it is managing the false information. And we have to go to war with that. Too much false information distracting the people when we need to have a positive mindset for recovery. And it is one thing that you will see about me. Me not afraid of nobody. All who want talk, make me one. Me will go with you toe to toe. Every nonsense you talk, I will respond to it. And as you would have seen with the government, man come out with foolishness, we respond, not go so. And as many memes as they can make, I can make it too. So it's going to be war. Because we cannot allow people who peddle nonsense, the people who tell lies, we cannot allow them to win. So we will have it out.
Hugh.
See, we don't expect our Prime Minister to speak in one, that tone, and two, the language. And every Prime Minister from 1962 has been criticized. And PJ said one time, if I don't open my mouth, I cannot be misquoted. And I live with a word like that. You understand? Anyone is free to interpret what the Prime Minister say now. His followers can interpret it to say that the Prime Minister say a war, so we are going to war. And if tomorrow morning a member of the opposition is unalive under circumstances which deem political, then the Prime Minister must be held responsible for that. The nation at this time need unity, and them need the Prime Minister to speak to the nation as a Prime Minister, not to come out blaring guns within arrogant, narcissistic self. We have gone past that. We have certainly gone past that. And to date, I cannot identify the level of misinformation which would warrant the Prime Minister to speak in tone of that nature. You understand? Everybody knows that the Prime Minister can create hurricane. We know that. So as a Prime Minister, I think you would have take umbrage to that. So what are the misinformation so detrimental to him and him government that he have to come out so strong, speaking about this and speaking about that? Every Prime Minister has been ridiculed, called names, and none of them has ever stooped that low as to Andrew Holness. The only person who come close to that was his mentor, Edward Seaga. who said if a fire for fire and blood for blood. You understand? Hear him come now. War. Where you go war? Who are you go war? Where you go war with? Social media? Eh? Every head of government over the world, social media as attack. Meme has created. People have bring up stories. I see how they deal with Macron in France. What them say about him and say about him wife. He never come out and say my war. No. So why you come out now in a time when the country is reeling? The country has been destroyed by Hurricane Melissa. You have sidelined the opposition. You did not call for unity. And the Prime Minister called for unity on the first day after the storm and say, come Mark Golding, let us walk together, let us plan together, and let us build together. We would have a unified nation. Now you want to put war in the nation. And you know Jamaica is a polarized nation when it comes to politics. You understand? And two goons can take it up. And then we have political war similar to what we have in the 1980s. I think the Prime Minister should step aside. He has done his time, and I don't think he has anything else to prove to the Jamaican people than his own ignorance.
And let's be
sorry.
absolutely clear about this. Attacking the press or journalists, in particular, is attacking the people. Every question silence, every attempt to try and mute or to tell your critics that the questions that they're asking, is the equivalent to disrespecting you.
And Noel,
means that you're eroding the meaning of democracy.
This has been going on for a long time, The Integrity Commission investigate the Prime Minister and said that the Prime Minister was under investigation for illicit enrichment. And the Prime Minister attacked the Integrity Commission. Literally attacked them. You understand? When he appointed Dennis Chung, when the government appointed Dennis Chung to the Financial Investigative Division, the opposition called for a march. The Prime Minister called for a counter march with his supporters. When the NGO Jamaican for Justice, when the question of extrajudicial killing by the security forces and the absence of body-worn camera, and they went to Halfway Tree to protest, the Prime Minister called out his supporters to have a counter protest against an NGO. You understand? As if to say you want to incite violence and anarchy in the country. You understand? So once you're not speaking languages to massage the ego of the Prime Minister, he tends to want to attack you or your organization. And that is why, Noel, you as a journalist, you have come under attack. Because once you speak truth, you will be attacked. And it is coming straight from the head of the stream.
That's why I thought it was important when you mentioned Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, right? So there is a particular blogger in the US who's been peddling misinformation that his wife is in fact a man when, according to him and her, she was born a female and she's a woman. And he's decided to launch legal proceedings and take that blogger to court. That's how we expect our leaders to behave and to follow the proper procedures. My big thing is that, just to make it absolutely clear, I have no affiliation with any of the political parties in Jamaica. The sole aim of launching this platform is to give the people a voice, the people who were battling for survival after the hurricane, who were desperate for help and were living in dire circumstances, and trying to help people who were trying to find their missing loved ones, trying to reunite people. So we started this for the people. And journalists don't work for the governments, they work for the people. And the people are watching you, Prime Minister. So when you're going out and you're using rhetoric like that, you look at the United States where multiple lawmakers were unalived. because of people with political beliefs. We saw the assassination attempts on the current president, because of people in their extreme belief in politics. When you create division, when you sow division, things can get out of hand. Things can get deadly. People can get hurt in the process.
But Noel, can you permit me? Like you said, you're not affiliated with no political party, and like myself, I'm listening to everybody who spoke, and I'm reading through the comments. And then, like I said earlier on, I like to think outside the box. Are we, the citizens of Jamaica, to be blamed? Because, and I want everybody to hear me out, because we have a responsibility. Because during the many years of campaign rallies with both political parties, we see, leaders often speak aggressively.
No leader never stays so. Listen, no leader never stays so. Andrew, the worst leader.
we see
Andrew is the worst leader. So not tell a lie, Panama leader.
we see
Sir.
we
You
see
too
in
lie.
we see in Parliament how they
And the Labour right them alone based on a Parliament.
sometimes they behave. When you look on both rallies, you would hear them express state expressions out of, and it would sound angry, it would sound angry or upsetting, yeah. And then yet we still vote for these persons and put them in power.
I will send him come over here, so.
So in
Who's this man?
in campaigns,
Mama Tani just has a different opinion. That's all.
leaders often speak aggressively. Supporters cheer, and we vote. So in part, we choose this style of leadership. If the other party was in power, GLP was in power, we might have seen the same behavior, and that is the reason why.
No.
Just hear what I'm saying.
No. It was my time to speak. You just asked for a second to say something. So let me finish.
Hugh, let him land, Hugh. Let him land. So you're saying that if the other party was in power, there could be parallels.
No. Well, it's not fair. Mr. You did up on the floor before this young man, and then they how long a chat be a full stop people. They want me to song and listen to this man a chat. Fuck where people is upset it. When you say he means with the government, he means with Andrew them, and I try different Andrew and him foolishness. Andrew all this and tell us we go war. Mr. You up on the floor, Mr. You finish him word.
We'll come
back down after everyone else.
No, is not the time for you to come on the platform to massage the Prime Minister ego.
Yeah.
Mark Golding would have never spoken in those terms. Never. Because those terms can incite violence. PJ Patterson has totally eradicated political violence in Jamaica because of his calm personality. You understand? And for the Prime Minister to come, him not afraid of nobody. If you're not afraid of nobody, just simply means to say you're better than everybody, Is that what we want our Prime Minister to project? You cannot come now whisper and make it look as if to say you are trying to defend. There is nothing there for you to defend. The Prime Minister is out of order. The Prime Minister is narcissistic. He doesn't want to be questioned. If the Integrity Commission question him label them as PNP and them as surrogate and them trying to bring him down, and then no power that his farm can bring him down. Nonsense. There are agencies and departments in the countries which provides guardrails for democracy. You understand? This autocratic leader, and are we heading into a dictatorship now? That's freedom of speech. Nobody can open their mouth. Nobody can say anything against the Prime Minister. Why? Why nobody can say anything against the Prime Minister? Everything anybody come up and say, the Prime Minister have to come up as if to say him better than everybody. And it is not only the Prime Minister, it is his total government. Just look at Darrell Vaz in the Parliament last Tuesday. when he was asked a legitimate question, where is the company going to get the additional $200 million to fix the Jamaica public service and give the people 100% restoration by February? And he went on a tangent, you understand, because they feel too big for people to question them. You understand? If journalists say anything about the Prime Minister, they are attacked. The members of the Integrity Commission have to get personalized security for themselves because of the utterances of the Prime Minister against them. That is wrong. So we don't want nobody come on the platform and make it look as if to say you are coming to make it seem as if, oh, the Prime Minister was having a bad moment. The Prime Minister is not having a bad moment. Leadership is defined by the Nolan principles of leadership. That is where you start leadership from. You understand? Not leadership where you cannot be questioned. If you are going to lead people, I was always in some form of leadership sometime during my years coming up. And at times people attack me verbally. You understand? And what am I going to do? Attack them? No. I have to rely on tolerance. You understand? And do the right thing. You understand? Because you cannot be right and wrong at the same time. The Prime Minister has been found wanting during the period of the hurricane. And the people have spoken. So what? He's above criticism. You want to say you want to war. War should never in the mouth of the Prime Minister. Never. Because we are a polarized nation and anything the Prime Minister says out of his mouth is like he's making a dog whistle. And if you know what dog whistle is, what you send to your supporters, and they will interpret it in whatsoever way they want to interpret it and carry it out. You understand? So at this stage, I think the Prime Minister has lost it. And the best thing for him would to vacate the leadership of the country and give somebody who have more tolerance. Thank you.
So just to make it clear again and to repeat, I think the ball is now in the Prime Minister's court. Should he need to clarify his comments and make it be known that the rhetoric may entice his supporters to do things or to target or to bully people online. So these things have consequences. I think it's just the words, right? We have to go to war. We're not afraid of nobody. We have to go to war. I think that's, amid a crisis, a national emergency in your country, and then you want to go to war. It's a little bit troubling. It's a little bit troubling. And I think that's why, as you are all hearing, people are concerned. People are a little bit worried as to why the Prime Minister is using such rhetoric. Mama San, I'll come to you now. So your position is that the Prime Minister is speaking with his ego. Mama San, if you're there, do you want to unmute?
Yeah, they mute my mic, so I'm trying to unmute it. Yeah, what I'm saying, the Prime Minister, right now, he needs to resign. He needs to step down right at this moment because this is where Andrew Holness wants to start a revolution in the country. Because if him and the government and him a lead, just like when they do the protests, when the people them that's the police them for the body cam, and them lead out a troop for half a tree, figure disrupt the protest. Down to him himself go out there in a blue with the police them. If say him not agree with them for where the body cam. So in this moment and now, everybody attack, and if you know where we attack, say no circle, we have follow up that fan every minute to the pan, I follow a platform and I watch platform and I come out. Then now you gotta tell people them say war. What do you mean say war? Remember say you right down to them never build a school for them, He never built a school for the labor right them. He did it for 10 years run as a Prime Minister. He never built even as simple as a basic school For the pity them can go to school for learn for say ABC 1, 2, 3. So do you know them dons? When we are say yo a revolution and sitting things that we want them something in our country, and all the power brother and sister them are gonna analyze innocent we can't defend themselves. So when him as a prime minister are telling people themselves war and them forgot they go war. A serious time and a serious thing him and do in a this crisis here where him feel they help the people them are homeless, help the people them wanna live now where to them make 1 month since the storm blow. And look what Andrew come and tell the people them to come war with them one another. Eh? Look where I come and said I'm trying to sort out and try to help the people that are homeless. Them take the $150 million giveaway to JPS and the people them still homeless. And instead of the man trying to do something to help those people who homeless, he must send we out to go war with one another. You know, she said that boy the one who wicked big nose boy, I don't know what powers. Him feel like him have like him a God Almighty, but listen on no. I open him make the war go on and God just cut down the whole of him kingdom. All I'm fear and him kingdom crumble. The whole of the boy that when I plan to give the fire and Father God make it turn back on them. Make when them come out, them did you reverse it back on them, Father God make them bust up on both him and them. When them a come out for come war. And that more Father God do reverse it upon him can too outer and wicked. Him need for resign like today him should resign. Tomorrow the people have to take it to the street. What Andrew mean? When Andrew must resign, Andrew tell we say we elect a government, no come in no silly excuse, hold him accountable. So why we are holding him accountable for what the foolishness of one country and him a tell for a war? Eh? So when you not go talk about him a human being, I'm have to defend himself. Why defend him have to defend himself? No well. Him get a job and him say give him the 3rd term and them give him the 3rd term and you get it and be a fool to go and nobody enough to say nothing no well. Oh, no, go support something like that. And then I go come call other leaders before. When Portia says she not afraid of no girl, no boy, no day, no how. It's a stage Portia the when Lisa and Akara in a parish, they are sentence and them disrespect Portia on the stage. Like them they do a stone Portia and go and disrespect Portia. And so come Portia said that, so she not afraid of no girl, no boy, no day, no how. Portia never go back on the next stage, go behave like that. This man they on platform to platform, pan sitting. And I praise, be a war with the people of Jamaica and the whole of just sit down there. And this one when you whisper, come up here. Him say man a labor right down a PNP. But you talk on the behalf of the labor right because you talk for Andrew and I make Andrew part look good. You call Portia name, but Portia did say. But Portia did say, Portia them never do this to Jamaican people. So you call Portia name and I said, no, call Portia name. Now Mark Golding name, because Mark Golding never run for Jamaica yet. I never involved in nothing with them. The one law where Mark Golding make Andrew Wallace and a quote him under illicit enrichment. Andrew and investigate. Andrew shouldn't be the prime minister for as long as the man investigate for 4 years. Andrew Wallace statutory declaration and certify. Andrew Wallace is a thief, criminal, murderer, and everything that bad in Jamaica. Andrew Wallace is one of the biggest thieves in our history of the world and the Caribbean. Andrew come from a 1-bedroom board house. Andrew Wallace come from nowhere. His mama and papa never dead and will not for him. Them never set no trend for him. And him come turn trillion upon poor people and then want come kill we off after him about the whole of the money. I kill him one kill we off now because I'm not want nobody feel alive. So I must send out. That's why I ask them from where they know that 4 container them were miss. When them say a food night, no mention of gun them have night to kill all the people and that's why I talk about war. Him know what them are do. Right. Remember me telling you that. Oh. Remember, I'm telling you that. When you not question the container them just start about and done. I know we not get a fully know who tell the container, what the container they miss, what it in the container matter about food it in there, will expire. You understand? What them know, what them do.
Mama San, where have you seen those allegations of missing containers?
You never see it on the news.
I wasn't aware.
Ask anybody else. And I'm alone up here. Ask anybody else. I'm never hear about the 4 containers that them miss. And them I put it out, say the food them in the contaminator and them not good. You never see it? You never hear about it? Just after Butcher Bantan talk about the barrel them. Just after Butcher Bantan talk about the barrel them. Couple days after the 4 what you call it? Yeah. 4 container miss down a Montego Bay. Ask anybody. I go look it up if you not see it's a 4 container did miss. And And nobody hear nothing about him on your ears and spoil food it in there, nothing no more. Anytime them a carry them holy pie, and that them come say this and them that. When them send them gun, holy gun and coke come at Jamaica with the chicken them say a chicken, them swim them up on Elcha Beach with a chicken. When the container done, they strip already when them go. And some frozen chicken, nobody not dead with the chicken, them all know everybody name them. So just look on it, the boy, the one wicked big nose boy. And you think say you can use your mouth and silent, nobody not back down from your hand too. So when you say a war, where you war on social media, if you come physically, we either go chop off and roll on King Street. Cause them say, Marcus, you have a predict it and it happen. Oh, a mankind hungry. And to them see you read something, you know. But somebody text you and tell you say the youth mother unalive, you know. And then when the youth bury mother, and them say mother bury like dog, you know, the boys commit suicide, you know. Just you get that letter the way you read out by you or something, you know. And more that left for you get, you know. More that people are commit suicide because of this wicked and uncaring government, you know. And now go like the man do not go down and want fix things to the man and talk about him have to defend himself. What can I defend him will like hold your composure. You're too eager and too enough for power and too much. And go like feel like people are afraid of you and back down from you. Nobody now stop talk. You come on social media, you make your platform neutral and them disrespect you. Them style you, them try to do everything for bring you down. When him send out him goons them for come disrespect you. You want people to come on platform for come go like you want to defend this good dirty stinking dirty boy. Yeah. We illegal, all type of things are not illegal in Jamaica.
Mama San, just keep it clean. Just keep it clean. Just keep it respectful. But I'm gonna come
respect
to you now.
What? So. You can respect people and respect people life. Or you have to respect command and respect nobody. Eh?
All right, let me come to you now, Silborn. Silborn, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Noel. I'm in the UK here, so been trying to get on so I can go to sleep. But I guess you are doing a midnight shift or late night shift over there. We're here. Listen, I was going to come on because I heard you talking about the Prime Minister's utterances, but I never heard that that tape until you just played it. And I said, wow, that is very concerning. I was thinking about something else. And one of the things that I always say to people all the while on my platform is people must feel empowered and must be empowered to speak freely in Jamaica as much as possible, with respect, of course. And I heard you, Blair, highlighted something about the Nolan principles of public life. And this is something I always speak about, the 7 principles of public life, which the present government hasn't, or the members of parliament, before Prime Minister Holness was in power, the last election, they didn't sign up to it. And I'm going to say them in briefly. Selflessness, act in public interest, not personal gain. 2, integrity, avoid conflicts of interest and be honest. Objectivity, make decisions based on merit. Accountability, be answerable for actions. Openness, be transparent in actions and decisions. Honesty, declare interest and be truthful. Leadership, promote these principles, lead by example. These are the Nolan principles that set out the world standard of leadership in a person in public life. And if I use if I draw on examples of the United Kingdom at present, we have the present Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and you and I know that they're calling him so many different names. Is Prime Minister, is Chancellor, so many different names. You do not hear him at all coming out and addressing any of these names or any of these criticism that they're calling him. I go further. When you had Obama was there, and I think I heard somebody said it a while ago, they call him so many names, he's not American, blah, blah. He didn't come out and chastise it. He may laugh and say, well, what can I say? People are free to speak. You know, I said this earlier to someone on my platform. I said to them, listen, the best thing that the Prime Minister should do in Jamaica, and this is my advice to him if he's even listening, is to go ahead and do what you're doing for the sake of the country and stop addressing or attacking the voices or the words of people on social media come out, make quick chat, and you will never able to talk that down. You're never able to stop that. So as far as I'm concerned, when I listen to those utterances and what you played earlier, that is very concerning. Because even last night on my platform, a lady and I was just talking casually on some issues in Jamaica. Someone came up, because I allow everybody to speak, and he felt that he had a duty to confront her. He had a duty to challenge her. And I said, where do you get this duty from that you have to challenge her? Where do you get this duty from that you have to why can't she speak freely? And this is something that I recognize, because right now, if I listen to your platform, everybody's going to say, this is the PNP platform. That's how the sort of mentality, like in Jamaica, is. Because persons tend not to like to listen to objective discussion. You know, one day I'll be called a JLP, one day I'll be called a PNP, because I try to look at things from an objective perspective. So all I will say is for Jamaicans, as much as possible, is to, as much as possible, speak freely, be empowered, that the leaders or the political persons who you have loaned the power for the 4 or 5 years, and you can take it back from them at any time. So the Prime Minister and the MPs are servants, chief servants, and the people are the boss. The people must know that they are empowered, you know, and they don't have to, you know, there are many ways politicians can be removed or whatever like that, but I won't go into that now. But, you know, that's all I want to say. It's very concerning what he said. And if that happened in the UK, he's a dead man walking. He's gone. He's gone tomorrow. You know what I'm trying to say? And this is something in Jamaica that people need to really hold these guys really high level accountability. And they need to step down sometime when they say these things. They need to be held accountable for their words. That's all I have to say.
So I see that just for context and transparency, you're running for office, a political office in London. So you are.
Yes, I'm running for the mayor of Lewisham. Yes,
which is in South London. So you understand more than anyone on this panel, the core, and sort of, you know, when it comes to having a public job, you are the face of your job, and therefore criticism will come with the job, and you have to respond with that. And what you say could influence or could potentially lead to your downfall, or maybe, you know, influence people to do things in your name or on the behalf of you.
That is very correct, because even right now, I'm just being selected for a couple of weeks and just out there, and it is coming at me. People are saying different things, and all I've got to say is thank you very much. And some I don't respond to, some I respond to, but just have to respect person's voices, because people have a voice and they need to be heard. And whatever they say, so all I've got to do is to show myself listening. The most important thing is listen to people, hear what they have to say, and somehow be a voice for them. And all voices must contend. So therefore, we as leaders, we have to ensure that the voice of the people is king. That doesn't mean to say you listen to everything. It's a balancing act at the same time, Noel. It is a balancing act, but you must be a person who is accountable and very transparent to the people, and to let the people know that you are their man. Because the Prime Minister of Jamaica or the leader of any country, they are the leader of the country, not the PNP, not the JLP, not the Conservative, not the Labour, not the Republican, not the Democrat. Like Barack Obama said, I'm not the president of white America or black America, blue America or red America. I am the president of the United States of America. And that's what leaders need to. So Andrew Hollis need to actually think twice about his level of utterance, think twice about the words that he uttered, like war, because you got impressionable mind persons. Impressionable mind person, it will take those things literally. You have seen where they have unalived a couple MPs in the UK because of certain terms which has been said. And so they are watching these words, what people say a lot now these days. No. So we've got to be very careful. So the Prime Minister need to lead by example and to be very careful, because Jamaica is right now on a sort of, I don't know, it's like a pressure pot in a way. It's like people are feeling it, and it's like something is gonna burst. And what he needs to do is to temper things. Say, listen, I'm here for you, not to incite things, not to fuel it with the words that he speaks, because the words that he speaks, listen, words are like fire. Words can be powerful. You know, I'm trying to say, Noel, and that is my charge to the Prime Minister and also to persons who are advocate of the Prime Minister, who believe that they have a mandate. I don't know where they get a mandate from, that they need to go and challenge persons when people want to really speak and share, because the advantage of social media is that it allows people to blow, people to say things. In Jamaica, listen, I've spoken to lots of people in Jamaica, and some people say, Silburn, let me tell you this, but me can't say it. More I say this, but me can't say it, but me tell you to say this. And that is why sometimes I can say certain things, not of my own volition, but because of what people in Jamaica say, because they're in jobs whereby they can't say what they want to say because they know that their jobs will be in jeopardy. And that is not nice.
So sobering thoughts there, Silbert. Thank you. And
no problem.
It's 2:35 in the morning there. Hope you get some sleep.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Noel, have a good night. God bless you. Bye-bye to your panel, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you, sir. Cheers.
Thank you.
Gillian, what's your take on all of this?
Hey, Noel, good evening. Thank you for having me on your panel. And I just want to encourage you in the good job that you have been doing, and you are enlightening people and giving us chances to speak our voices and to make known. It saddens me as a born Jamaican. I'm a US citizen living in US at the moment, but it saddens me to know that the Prime Minister took the approach that he took as a public servant. No, personally, I worked in Jamaica as a public servant in various capacities, and I'm not in any way, shape, and form will at this moment try and equate my public service to that of the Prime Minister. But if anyone is listening to me, there is something very particular that I want to say right now that somebody can say to the Prime Minister, because sometimes information is out there and people don't have it, because people are sometimes esteemed in positions and they think that they're mighty, they're big, and they are all powerful, and so they don't succumb themselves to certain things. Because the greatest characteristic of a leader is your ability to follow. You cannot lead unless you're first willing to follow. But there's this one phrase, it's a Latin phrase, it's called Vox Populi Vox Dei, which Vox Populi Vox Dei, which says in literal translation, the voice of the people is the voice of God. The voice of the people is the voice of God. I think the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, needs to calm himself down and listen to the voice of the people, because it's actually God speaking through them because of what they are going through at this moment. It is challenging in Jamaica. It's turbulent time. And no one expects it to be easy. But when you are the Prime Minister, people expect you to come forth with words of reconciliation, with words of comfort, with action and not a bag of mouth, with doing something, and don't let people think that you're insinuating war.
So guys, I'm gonna have to end the live now. So whoever clearly people watching this have reported the live, so we're gonna come back tomorrow. Okay.
Oh wow. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, we've got to end. So send a message from
them not like my Prime Minister. Too much freeness. Some girl for get up and go work.
Something you have to give. What you gonna give up?
If they want money, where you going to give up?
So, yeah, them
Merlin
need to get up.
Merlin now can't run the country now,
Anna, me
Annalisa.
know a girl in
You can't put it in her hand.
Anna, let me tell you this, Anna. Me know some girl right now. Anytime I go to Jamaica, I can prove it. How much weight name then a year? For the whole blood clot here, them sit on one place. And a part money them.
Then nah, get up.
Them girl they no work. Them girl
Merlin.
they no work. Them just sit down and cock up them foot and breathe. Them no work. You tell you, Anna, part money them live off and buy
Merlin.
cash up.
Elanel.
Cash pot.
Yeah,
And
Merlin,
it disgusts me.
Well, Merlin, if you understand, you know. You see, right now, we don't start face no problem yet, you know. You know, so we don't start face no problem yet, right?
Anna, when
all right.
you have my picnic, me no go through no part.
You see, this year is hard. You see the earthquake, you see the hurricane come and we no work for a month and the country locked down for a month and no business no do. We don't start feel, see the next 6 to 7 months to go feel this, you know.
Them not start feel it yet.
We don't start feeling
them not
yet.
start feel nothing yet. Them no know we are coming, man. Them no know we are coming. Something has to go give up.
When Fable for read the budget next year, what them are going
next year, April it's going to read.
What them are going to give up to maintain next year to pay the doctor them a free doctor
Give
free
up
free
program.
Where you going to give up?
Give up some of the parts, some girl for get up and go look black.
And then make sure we have to pay for with Jamaica. They tell the government, give the government house and give them more money. And JLP, they vex our government, not give them no money. Where will you give up for it?
Yeah.
Me, you